first one? Which first one?
The first game, yeah.
Yep. Great.
They must have dropped a bunch of judges.
Yeah, I guess so. They dropped it down to 9.
Okay.
So, I don't have music at this time.
Thank you. I love the black shoes. And I'll switch it. It's not 9 yet, so I'll switch it to 2 at exactly 9. You met Mary. Okay. Would you recognize her if you saw her? Okay. I think that's right.
So I'll take a question. Billy's going to be able to answer.
Correct. Where does he go? He can sit right here, or he can stand.
Can I yell about overflow space again?
Folks, if you can't find a seat, we have an overflow room in 300. Actually, not a few minutes. There's one. Okay. There's no seats free there. There's no seats free. Not here. This room. Yeah, that looks fair.
Really, and
I want nobody in these seats because of the way the teams sort of line up and stand. And because because we'll need a space for Star as well as
perfect.
my wife should she decide to show up. So folks, if you could take your seats, it's 9 o'clock. I know things don't normally start on time. It's kind of remarkable that we're able to do that here. I'm super excited to welcome you all to the finals of the 16th annual Global New Venture Challenge. The New Venture Challenge, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, is a program we've been running for 27 years at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business and the University of Chicago. We've launched over 600 companies, 370 of them are still in business, and many of the others have been successfully acquired. Some of the companies are household names like Grubhub, PayPal, Venmo, hopefully Simple Mills for those of you who enjoy gluten-free food. And several fantastic companies have come out of the global track of our New Venture Challenge. So we actually have 5 tracks of our New Venture Challenge. The classic New Venture Challenge, the finals will be on Thursday this week, so tune into the live stream for that. We have the Global New Venture Challenge, which is this track, which was set up and designed for our most international cohort, our executive MBAs. So the executive MBAs do their classes a little differently. Instead of having a 10-week term to work on their businesses, they get 6 days with me. So we actually start working with them in August and we finish working with them in June. It's almost a full year of class, but they only get 6 days together to work on what you're going to see here today. We have a social New Venture Challenge track for social ventures, We have a college New Venture Challenge track, and our most recent track is our alumni New Venture Challenge track. So for those of you watching on the live stream, if you were unable to participate in the New Venture Challenge when you were at Booth or University of Chicago, please look into our alumni New Venture Challenge. We had a fantastic group of companies go through the alumni New Venture Challenge this year. So with $1.2 billion raised and $8.5 billion in exits, we have been noted as the top academic incubator accelerator in the world. So that's a pretty great accomplishment. And we certainly are excited for the 7 teams we're going to see here today. They're going to be splitting an investment pool of $150,000. That $150,000 is possible because we have fantastic sponsors. You've seen them flipping through on the slides, but I'd like to acknowledge them specifically and thank them very much. The Caruso Ventures Group, the Kesnicks, the Sharmas, the Rudnick Earls, and Dentons are our platinum sponsors. The Chicago Executive MBA program is our partner, and they support us on 3 campuses around the world, here in Chicago, in London, and in Hong Kong when we don't have COVID, but this year in Singapore. So thank you to our EMBA partners as well. We have a lot of other sponsorships. So sponsorships from our legal companies, which not only support us with cash, but also support us with in-kind services. Each of our teams has access to top lawyers for coaching them on their legal issues, and just tons of in-kind sponsorships that are available to all of the companies that go through the NVC, not just the finalists. So we're really grateful for everything that they offer us. This program is possible because of the incredible community that is the University of Chicago, that is Chicago Booth, right? And that community really shows up for us. This is the list of all of the folks in all 3 of our regions who have already met with our teams, supported our teams, given them feedback, talked to them about their businesses, talked to them about fundraising. It's an incredible group of people that make this process so powerful and what it is so successful. And the people that you'll see here in the first 2 rows are among that group of great supporters who are here to help our teams. So we have an incredible panel of judges today with us. Folks from venture capital, from angel investing, from corporate investing, from the legal world, and entrepreneurs themselves in many cases. I'm going to actually ask them to introduce themselves to you, and I'll go based on the order on this slide. It looks like this is alphabetical, so we'll do that. Now, judges, when I ask you to introduce yourself, you have a microphone in front of you. Please tap the button so that it goes green. Briefly introduce yourself, and then you can tap the button so that it goes off again. We're going to be very strict about the use of the microphones because of our live streaming. So, Lance, please tell us a little bit about what you're doing today and any connection you have with Chicago.
Sure thing. Lance Dietz, Booth 2015. I work for a firm called KB Partners, where we invest at the intersection of sports and technology across health and wellness, next-gen media, gaming, and live experience.
Terrific, and thank you for being here. Melissa?
Hello, I'm Melissa Harris. I'm the CEO of Harris & Co. We're a Chicago-based marketing agency. This is home for me. I am at XP85, was the co-winner of the Global New Venture Challenge in 2016. I think I was very, very pregnant the last time I was on that stage. And I'm also an entrepreneur in residence here at the Polsky Center and the marketer in residence at the Hatchery, the city's food incubator. Our clients are large institutions, Stanford, the American Medical Association, Guggenheim Partners, et cetera. So it's really great to be back and be back in the room.
Melissa and M. Harris & Co. have been generous sponsors of the GNVC as well. Jason?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jason Heltzer. I'm a managing partner at Regen Ventures. Regen Ventures is an early-stage technology firm investing across the U.S. and Canada, and invested in many of the companies that were on previous slides, like Grubhub, Tavala, and many other favorite children. And I've been an investor for 23 years. Before that, I was a software engineer. I also teach as an adjunct professor here at Booth. I teach the venture capital. I've been doing that for the last decade or so.
Thank you, Jason. Venetia.
Venetia Kandaguras. I'm running now the family office, but I have experience of 30 years in venture capital. I have built very big companies that they have international footprint, among them patents and technology solutions, and I have been as a judge since the very beginning of the journey of Steve's and Helen for 27 years.
And Venetia, we so appreciate you. Venetia's also invested in Global New Venture Challenge companies, namely Mindful Urgent Care. Yeah. Deepa.
Hi, everybody. Deepa Mehta. I'm a Booth grad from 2012 and have spent my entire career in healthcare, all on different angles. So from the pharma side to the payer side and now on the provider side. Advocate Health is one of the 5 largest non-for-profit hospital systems in the country, and I lead our investing arm.
Great. Thank you, Deepa. Ko.
Hi, Ko Nakamura. I'm graduated from Booth '07, and I got twice New Venture Challenge finalist. And after that, I changed my career to start a venture capital firm called Sozo Venture together with Phil Wickham, CEO of the Kaufman Fellows Program. Sozo invested Zoom, Coinbase, Palantir, and we are now under the asset management over $1 billion. But we started the fund after my graduation.
Ko knows how to pick them. Sonia.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sonia Nagar. I'm a general partner at Pritzker Group Venture Capital. We're a Series A focused fund based here in Chicago. And our connections to, we've definitely invested in many Global New Venture Challenge and Booth students and alumni.
Great. Thank you so much. Kathleen.
I'm Kathleen Swan. I'm the co-chair of the Venture Capital Group at Lord. We are a large 19-office law firm, and I've convinced them to put lots of resources behind these companies, so good luck to all of you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Guy.
I'm Guy Turner. I'm a partner with Hyde Park Venture Partners. We started it 12 years ago and have backed a number of companies coming out of NVC and, I don't know GNVC, but something NVC. And we invest in early stage startups from seed to early Series A throughout the Midwest and Toronto. It's a pleasure to be here and excited to hear the stories.
I think you can see we have an incredible panel of judges, and they're giving up a day to be with us, so I think we owe them a round of applause. You are the primary reason the students are excited to be here, so thank you. Okay, so some ground rules. Judges, after the students have 10 minutes to present, which we will not interrupt, which I know is totally unrealistic in the real world, but we'll do it anyway. During Q&A, just pop up your hand and the students will call on you. Make sure that you toggle your microphone on, and we've all had good practice with that in our intro round, so that was excellent. And then you can toggle it off when you're done. You've been sent links to Airtable Google Sheets, and if you don't have that link handy, there is a QR code. It's the same sheet over and over again. So once you hit submit for one team on all your feedback, you simply open the same sheet and do the next team. Please, please, please do hit submit. Your brilliant comments, your feedback, and your scores, which will in fact go to the teams to help them improve their ability to pitch. We don't see them if you don't hit submit, so please do that. And I know that you would love to score them all relative to each other afterwards, but don't worry, we only use the scores to inform our discussion. They are not necessarily how you will allocate the investment pool. After the presentations, the judges will meet in room 303 and deliberate on how to allocate that $150,000 across the 7 teams that we see today. And you never know what's going to happen in the judging room. So it's exciting. Students, you have 10 minutes to present, followed by 12 minutes of Q&A. We've got 7 teams to get through, so we're going to be very, very strict on time. For the judges, only the registered students are allowed to present. So you'll see other people either sitting or standing who will participate in Q&A. They're allowed to participate in Q&A, but it's just part of being an academic program that we have the students actually do the presentations. During deliberations, students and audience can retire to the 6th floor, 621, for drinks and snacks and to wait the announcement of the allocation of the prize pool. We hope that if we wrap everything up in time, that will be before 1 o'clock. But it'll be up to the judges on how quickly they make their decisions. So with those ground rules, here's our agenda. We're going to do 4 presentations, take a little break, come back for 3 more presentations, have some remarks by our deputy dean, then go off to deliberate and make our announcement. That being said, please, there will be a short turnover break between each presentation. If you have to leave the room, please leave the room during those breaks, not during the presentation or Q&A, because we have microphones in the ceiling and all that noise will get picked up and it will disturb the live stream. So please stay until one of the breaks. So it'll be a little bit of a turnover break between each presentation while our judges work on their feedback forms. And with that, let's get started with Talent Engine.
Jason. Let's go, team. All right, let's go.
Hang on one sec. Liz is going to switch you over.
Also the timer.
So I think I'm going to take a photo with this.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for listening to our pitch today. Such an honor to be the first one to go. Talent Engine is a tech-enabled staffing agency in the 21st century to solve a specific problem in the energy industry around temporary staffings. My name is Jason Miao. I've been working for EPC company for the past 14 years. EPC stands for Energy Engineering, Procurement, and Construction. It is a highly specialized business focused on the energy industry. This industry is also highly cyclical. We build, we harvest. We build, we harvest. Due to this nature, it is also happened that over 40% of project staffing are temporary and transitional. There are highly skilled people are transferred between global presence from US to Asia, back to Middle East. And 9 out of 10 jobs are often delayed. It is estimated costing $200,000 per day for the 1 day of delay on the project site. A recent McKinsey report estimated global leaders $1.7 trillion lost annually due to this unproductivity time. I remember my first job going to the construction site. My mentor asked me, Jason, hurry up. Let's go wait. What? Wait? Why waiting there while I'm getting paid? Why the investor doesn't care about this money that pays my salary? I'm sitting there on my phone using Instagram. I never understood. Later, for the past 5 years, I launched the EPC firm in Asia. I built a business from 0 to 2,000 employees right now. Every week, we will sit on the board with different highly paid senior construction manager, HR, finance, recruitment managers to understand one thing. Where are my engineers? Why their skill doesn't match with my demand? Why they are not booked their flights? And all those information just doesn't add enough for that Excel spreadsheet everyone is talking about. And I reflected why there's such an issue with the staffing inefficiency in this industry. We are losing so much money on a daily basis. And then I realized all our communication are based on emails and pens and paper. The recruiters have a lack of engineering domain knowledge to understand the exact skills that a construction manager needs. The construction manager is too busy to managing the projects, doesn't have enough time to communicate those issues. the asymmetrical information handling between different stakeholders are also passing from one hand to the other, causing a lot of inaccuracy. At the same time, the engineers are also frustrated because they are not getting enough feedback, they don't get accurate salary information, and they simply wait at home, cannot be paid during the project site. Takes 12 weeks right now to onboard one single engineer and 2 weeks to get their accurate salary to be paid. I thought we must have a better solution using technology to solve this problem. I'm going to pass on to Naveen, who has launched several successful products in tech to talk about how we're going to solve this problem with Talent Engine.
Thank you, Jason. Good morning, everyone. So to solve the hurry up and wait issue, we propose a dual-sided platform. Through the next slide, I'm going to walk you through the 3 features that is going to be our MVP. Feature number 1 addresses the problem of finding the right talent. How do we do that? We deconstruct the CVs, the received CVs, into technical skills, and we match those technical skills with the needs of the companies in the job design. Feature number 2 will improve the staff management and the efficiency. How do we do with feature number 2? We use, can you go on feature number 2? We use geofencing, we use push notification, digitized tool, and with that we come out with 2 dashboards. One customizable dashboard for the companies, where they can track the status mobilization of all the engineers, and another one for the engineers, where they can have their information during the end-to-end. Those engineers need to be paid. And believe it or not, today, they're still using this to pay those guys and to manage the whole process. This is why with feature 3, the engineers will input their hour into our app. We'll streamline that information. We'll generate on-demand report for the HR. And we will make sure that each stakeholder has a way to sign numerically the approval. We estimate the gain here at 10 days when it comes to the payment time and 10 weeks when it comes to the hiring time. To execute this idea and make this a profitable business, we need a team. We have a strong team here, a team of all-stars. We have people in our team that works with and within industry, and they know the industry. Jason here runs business and have the network. Jessica runs the numbers. Shahil knows the engineer. And Sam has a startup that works in the industry. But we also need people who knows how to develop and who know how to strategize. I come with my background of developing connected services in the automotive industry. And we have 2 marketing superstars. We have Tianshu. She owns her own marketing firm in China. And we have Yasha here, who has been working with several startups in China. One last thing, we know our product will have strong constraints when it comes to data privacy and regulation. And this is why, to complete our roster, we have Sam. He's a lawyer, and he has the right background. Should you trust us with your investment, we are the right team to make this a profitable business for you. And I'll hand over to Tianshu, who will talk to you about the go-to-market strategy.
Good morning. The market size is huge. EPC industry is valued at $7.8 trillion US. Oil and gas sector in US itself accounts for $44 billion. Initially, we're targeting at top 10 EPC companies for their existing oil and gas projects, which has more than 200 ongoing each year. Each project requires 500 to 2,000 engineers and costs energy companies from 100 million up to 10 billion. Our team has 3 key members working in EPC companies. Each of them has connections with construction project managers who not only has decision-making powers, but also has the urgency to finish staffing for their ongoing project as soon as possible. We already get 3 letters of intent from them. And at the same time, we tested in the 500 engineers talent pool. Within 30 hours, we got 300 responses. 91% of them all said, yes, we're going to use our product. Why are they so excited with our solution? The answer is simple. One credential, only one, going to lead them with much, much more job roles and much better communication experience. Now, I'm going to pass to Jessica to show you how much and how fast we're going to make money for you guys.
Thank you, Tianshu. I'd like to present to you how our business makes profit. Our pricing model is based on headcount. We're going to charge 20% markup on engineers every paycheck to the energy company. Let me give you an example. For a project over 3 years with 51 engineers, we can deliver net revenue 5 million. And let me emphasize this. This is not traditional recruiting. This is label hiring. In our industry norm, we charge a service fee on every single paycheck to energy company. That's how unique and profitable the industry is. Now, let me share with you our 5-year projection. As you can see, in year 2, we will secure 5 projects, 250 engineers, deliver net revenue 8 million. With this progression, at the end of year 5, we will in place 3,000 engineers, deliver EBITDA 90 million.
As you can see, this is a very profitable with healthy cash flow business. That we have a strong team with the domain knowledge and also the expertise to deliver this product. We're asking you to invest $1 million to us to bring this return for your investment. And we believe that this is the business that can bring your money to work. I know there's many other presentations today you guys are going to hear, but I want you to remember, this is the team, have the domain expertise and the knowledge that we can bring your money working and fuel the energy to your investment. Thank you very much. We're open for questions. Sonia?
Can you talk me through where the product is today? How much is actually built? And if a fair amount is actually built, how much is automated versus how much is still requiring human intervention to make sure matches happen successfully?
So for Talent Engine, we have done the customer journey analysis to walk through the hiring process. Let me get to the slide. This is the current customer journey for different process between the hiring manager and HR, the engineers. And we have taken this into a UI designer to understand how we can design the UI interface. And we have shown some sample product to the customer to ask them about their feedback. That's the early stage where we are today.
What also we have done is we took, as you saw on the previous slides, if you can go back to slide 4, I think. This sample that you see here is just one of the many samples that we have done. This one, yeah, here. No, the one after, yeah, here. Where we took a lot of these jobs and competencies, and then we went to several levels, until level 4, if I can speak in technical, just to see where are those skills. And then from there, discuss with those HR to see how they translate those skills into the job design so we can have a match. So this job has been done already, and the next phase will be to go and build the proof of concept to show that to them and see how they want this to be displayed.
Thank you. Jason?
Talent marketplace has been around for over 20 years. So I'd like to understand what's the catalyst, what's going to drive the growth in this industry, which has been archaic, and why now? Why is now the time to invest in this?
I think, great question. I think the industry is ripe for a disruption. As you said, it's been over 20 years. People are still doing the old ways. A lot of the senior construction managers are replaced by the younger crowd, which is more tech-driven, want to use a better interface to reduce their time, to free up their capability to actually manage the project. So we see the way of a younger management in the construction business want to adapt into technology. Actually, this idea is not unique in the way that it's being applied in F&B and other industries already. For example, one of the competitors called Workstream, they have launched these products in the US. They have raised $40 million last year for their Series C. So it's being applied other industry where the money is more constrained, where people want to figure out a more efficient way. But I think the energy industry is ready for that phase, for this transformation. Kathleen?
Thank you. Great presentation. I absolutely agree. You have a real problem to solve. We work in the energy industry with our Houston office. However, we also know that cannibalization of those engineers, the next big project that BlackRock decides to invest in, they're going to pay a premium. So I buy you, I put your engineers up, and all of a sudden somebody comes along with a better mousetrap. Does your platform address that? Does that affect your pricing model? Do you discount to people? How do you solve the problem of a short supply of highly technical skills?
Great question. So there's two ways we're addressing these issues. One, as we described, we're trying to deconstruct the job title versus skills. Most of the resumes by engineers, I went to engineering school, and I try to avoid English because that's not my strength. And editing CV is being the biggest issue for me to put on what I can do. So we're not great with that. We're good with solving the problem. So what the algorithm does is to deconstruct those specific keywords into skill level for them to verify the unique skill sets. So that's what opened up different capitals. Traditionally, BlackRock wouldn't hire, that they thought mechanical engineer cannot do this piping work, but end of the day, they can't do this work just because that linkage is blocked. We're trying to open up those talent pool. The other thing is, because we mentioned the payroll service, that's another way of keeping our engineer in the platform so that you increase the user stickiness, that they have incentive to come back every 2 weeks to enter their timesheet. At the same time, when we know they're demobilized, we'll push notification telling them what's the next project coming, so they're incentivized to come to this platform. And at the beginning stage, we're thinking about offering them CV editing, different advices, so that we can get them more engagement at the early stage to keep the engineers on our platform before we land them on the first job. Deepa?
Can you walk me through the economics a little bit more? Because, when you look at traditional kind of staffing and agency, there's this fee that you end up paying when you hire somebody, and it seems like yours is a little bit more consistent, or like through each paycheck. And just testing that out, if you're changing the business model, what are the customers really saying, and are they going to adapt to what that model looks like?
Yeah, so in our industry norm, 20% is very averaging, is very normal. Client accept that. And in the executive recruiting, we charge 40%, but based on their annual paycheck. This is different. This is label hiring. So they get used to pay 20% markup on every single paycheck, including expense, including every expense we pass through to the energy company.
Just to add on to what Jessica said, the switching cost for the existing customer is zero. They are already paying 20%. It's very transparent for the existing label hiring staffing agencies, but they are not getting the same experience by using tech to give them a smooth transition and passing on the information. We're solving that inefficiency issue here using a tech platform rather than giving them a different cost structure. So the cost is exactly the same as what other agencies doing today. We're just providing a better experience by using technology.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Melissa?
So it sounds like you're experiencing this problem every single day of your life. Is your plan, can you talk personally about your plan? Is it your plan to build it for your own company? Or because you're still early in the product development, so.
Yes, I am planning to launch this company with my team here. Honestly, it's really frustrating for me to sit on those meetings every day and talk about the same issue, same Excel sheet, and I feel like I'm in a dated industry that's in the 80s and 70s. I haven't moved forward. When I go to a restaurant, you scan QR code, you order your food, and it shows up. And that just frustrates me that I think we have a better solution. So yes, I want to launch this business. I'm in the process of finding the right exit for my existing job to launch this business. Sorry.
Do you have any like a validation of your algorithm, AI algorithm works to match the skill set?
Yeah, so first, it's not going to be AI, it's going to be a software algorithm first. And the goal is to develop a POC where, so we have talked to several, because we have 3 letters of intent, we have talked to those guys to try to understand exactly which is the first feature that they want to see, right? And the first feature that they want to see is feature 2, where the information and the dashboard they have. But we also talked about feature 1, and they are okay to test that algorithm with the job design that they have versus some CVs that we'll receive from our researchers. From there, we will sit down with them, of course, and try to see with them if the output are okay. We'll test like that. And once we have more funding, of course, this is where we'll try to go into the AI portion of it, where we can train the algorithm. It's unrealistic to say that we'll start with AI today. So it's more an algorithm that we will train ourselves and modify all along with the results of those 3 customers. And from there, we'll see if we are able to implement some AI. Yeah.
Sorry, can I see your name tag?
Yeah, Lance. Thanks for the presentation. I thought it was great. What if this doesn't work, what will be the reason why it doesn't work? Like, what's the hardest challenge about this business?
I think one of the hardest challenge is having the senior construction manager who's, not technical savvy to adapting to this. We also asked the question to some potential clients, what do you see the risk of using this? They said, well, why would I use the technology when I have some human interaction? So that's probably going to be the one biggest challenge. But I think addressing Melissa's question earlier is that we see the wave of newer, younger generation of construction manager who actually want to free up their time and space with a human interaction by using a technology to enable them to do that. So that's the biggest challenge we see.
Cultural.
Anything else from our panel?
Cole?
How to solve the match of the needs versus the talent pool? Like types of the people, you have a pool, but I see the demand might be different of the types of the pool you can reach.
That's why we're also using the engineering skill-based. So traditionally, it's going to design, construct, commissioning, operations, but some of the skill sets are transferable. So by identifying the right talent into the pool and the right skill sets, you can actually expand the talent to free up the potential. That also brings an advantage for our customers because you have more demand from the engineers that will bring down the market price for a certain job trade. So that brings value for both sides.
So if I can bring something, if you can go back to the slide where we are deconstructing. It goes both ways, actually, if you look on this slide. It's not just that a mechanical engineer corresponds to this. You can have the same skills corresponding to someone, to a process engineer, and so on, which means in reality the pool is bigger, but today is not well identified because the people in charge don't know how to go from the job title to the right skills. So by going to the skills level, you're able to expand and provide a much more bigger pool. That's why we are going to that level instead of saying to the competency.
Great. Thank you very much, talent. Judges, please work on your forms and don't forget to submit.
Like if I were him, I would build it for myself, and I would use it as my competitive advantage to save hundreds of thousands of dollars.
They can't.
Folks, can we have your attention again?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I'm the CEO of Apricot. My name is Ken Obara. Apricot aims to unlock social media marketing to all businesses. How? Meet Kate, a marketing manager for a small cosmetic company, Just Cosmetics, based in Seoul, Korea. She has a problem. Her company's Instagram account has only 100 followers. She doesn't have the time and also the budget to manage all of her social media accounts. So she has an unmet need. Can someone help me reach more customers? Meet Hani, a micro-influencer who has 38,000 followers. She specializes in skincare and cosmetics. And she also has an unmet need because she wants extra income. Can someone pay for my social media skills? Apricot wants to solve these two needs by connecting Kate and Hani. How? We asked Hani to become a social content manager, social media content manager for Just Cosmetics. Hani devised a strategy, and based on that strategy, she created content and posted it on Just Cosmetics' account. Hani also posted that content on her own account, and furthermore, she reached out to fellow Japanese influencers to acquire Japanese customers. In 2 weeks, we have secured $60,000 in sales. And it's not just cosmetics. It was Hancock Cosmetics, which is a 60-year-old established medium-sized cosmetic company, is also our client. Small businesses wanting to increase sales and mid-sized businesses wanting to increase social media presence. The demand exists, and we want to scale our service. How? Our CTO, Junya, will tell you the details.
Thanks, Ken. To scale our business, we are going to develop a web-based platform that streamlines the entire operation process. For matchmaking between the business and the influencers, we are going to develop an algorithm that helps finding the best match according to some criteria, such as expertise of influencers, type of followers they have, and so on. And online transaction, this is just an ordinary function. Content production, we're going to utilize AI here to maximize the capacity of influencers, and that comes with a system that helps managing the content moderation and publishing. And finally, we will provide an analytics tool that gives the business a more clear view on the ROI and help influencers gain insight for their future work. Among these processes, content production is a key for our scalability, so I'm going to invite our CPO, Bilal, to talk a little bit more about this part in detail.
Thank you, Junya. Perfect. Good morning. So the quality of any AI model is as good as the inputs that you feed into the model. The better and more specific the input, the better the output. So at Apricot, we mine data from social graph of every SME that we onboard, and then we augment that with other similar companies, and that becomes the input that we feed into an LLM model like GPT or Bard. The models will then create content. This is a very important step. In this step, this is where we bring the content creators and the influencers. They would actually go in and have a starting point of content. They can modify, enhance, and improve instead of starting from scratch. So this is where we add the human element to the content creation of everything that we generate. Then it goes through a moderation layer. This layer is where you actually provide the content to the business. They can approve or provide feedback. And then finally, there is a publishing layer that you can localize this into different platforms. And then there is an analytics loop that basically feeds this back into the model for continuous learning. This process makes the content creation a whole lot more efficient, but it also does not sacrifice that human touch that we need. I'll pass it on to Dr. Myung Kim to talk about the team.
Thank you, Bilal. I am Myung Kim. Our team is composed of serial entrepreneurs with more than 100 years of industry combined experiences and also 8 startups. Ken is a journalist at NHK, and Yuya is a digital marketing officer at American Express. So they have a deep understanding and context with influencers that they can bring onto Apricot and manage their content provisions. And on the business acquisition side, Lydia is a B2B sales specialist at Ipsos, and I raised $20 million of my own funding. So combine those two together, we have a deep access to the SMEs that we can bring onto the Apricot and ask them to pay. On the technology side, Junya is a CTO at a platform technology company with a $200 million of revenue. And also Bilal is a software and AI product the lead at Google. So those two together can build up the necessary platform as described before. And now Doug can watch out your own invested money because he's an auditor at Deloitte. So with this great team, we can conquer everything and almost anything. And I'll pass it on to Lydia. Thank you.
Thank you. So how are we going to do this and how big is the market? Well, first, as you see, a lot of our team members from Japan and Korea. That's the 2 markets we'll be focusing on. So how big is the market? Looking at it, in last year, they spent a total of $10 billion in social media marketing. There's definitely high money in terms of social media spending. So in Japan, we're going to focus on 3 industries at the beginning, which is food, fashion, and beauty. And we're also going to focus on SME. Let's talk about the industry. This industry is selected because they have the highest conversion rate in turning social media marketing spending into actual sales, which is what our client needs. And then why are we targeting on SME? There's two reasons. First, the average age of business owner in Japan is 62 years old. They don't know how to use social media marketing. Secondly, this problem is well recognized. The government and local trade associations are putting up programs and fundings to assist SME into transition. That's going to help our launch scheme. In Korea, we're going to focus on cosmetic. First, not only because we have great contacts from you, but also Japan is just next to China in terms of K-beauty export. And this is a key focus of a lot of cosmetic companies in Korea, including Hankook and Just Cosmetic. You can see that they have high willingness to use our service. So how are we going to conquer them? So this is our strategy. At the beginning, Myung and Ken definitely have to reach out for some personal selling, but not just targeting business. Most importantly, those support group decks we just previously mentioned. Secondly, at the 5th month, our platform should be up and running, and at that time, we'll start online marketing. We'll do search engine advertising as well as social media advertising. And at the 7th month, we believe enough leads will come in, and there's time to have a full team, including full-time staff in terms of sales as well as social media marketing. So with this, we're gonna target 300 business clients at the first year with an attrition rate under 15%. So with this in mind, how are we gonna have the influencer to support them? Let me pass to Yuya.
Thank you, Lydia.
Okay, this one.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yuya. My job at American Express is to acquire new prospective customers through digital marketing and influencer marketing. As Lydia mentioned, there is a certain demand in both Japan and Korea. To fulfill this demand, we need many influencers. How? We will have the 3 acquisition channels of influencer. First one, influencer outreach. We will reach out other competitors' influencers, leveraging our relationship and network. Second, ambassador program. As an ambassador, our influencer will reach out on behalf of the Apricot to their connections. Third, paid marketing. We will leverage the paid marketing as well to acquire not only influencer, but also potential client as well. Furthermore, this paid marketing enables us to develop our brand awareness of the Apricot in the market. We believe these strategies allows us to grow our business effectively. Next, I will pass to Doug. He will explain the unit economics and growth strategy.
Apricot has 3 different product offerings, and first off, base plan. This plan is for the boutique shops or any initial users, and we charge them $300 per month. And then we model 2% of the conversion rate. We got 7.2 of the LTV ratio. And then we got 2 more upscale plans for the scalable businesses who is committed to a significant amount of the SNS marketing effort. And then first we have a premium plan. And this is for small chains or any brand that are very early stages in their lifetime. And then according to our research, we can charge them about $1,000 per month. And then we offer enterprise plan. And this is for international brand who is currently spending over $10,000 for the influencer marketing, but struggling with the unclear ROI and also efficacy of the marketing agency works. So we expect they're going to allocate $4,000 of the per month. And then we expect the majority of the user base would fall into the premium plan eventually. And here is our 5-year growth plan. After the dedicating first 6 months into the launching the service, we focus on growing user base, both in Japan and Korea market for the first 2 years. And then we wait until we really concretize the dynamics between creators and SMEs. And then we also expand AI-assisted features to decrease the number of influencers required per business. On year 3, we expect to expand into the market across region, and then we invest more in scaling and also invest more into growing the user base. By year 5, we expect to onboard 18,000 SMEs and also $158 million of revenue with a $34 million of the net income. What do you need to achieve this, Ken?
So our time is short, but we think the time has never been better to launch Apricot. We have influencer marketing rising. Yes, ma'am. And we also have AI, which is changing the content creation field. So that's why we asked $1 million to actually launch Apricot. And we think that with your help, together we can actually change, and we can actually unlock social media marketing to all businesses. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
I think that reaching out to SME is a very not realistic plan from your team scale. For example, we introduced Zoom to Japanese market, getting the 400 customer. They have a partner and the channel strategy. Will you talk about channel strategy to reach to the SMEs? That's a very difficult market.
Yes, sir. I think that's a very valid question, and we've been asking ourselves as well. But we think this really is possible because, from my background from Japan, we are not going directly. We're going to the governments. We're going to the organizations that actually have the SMEs, and we're trying to reach them first, and then going to each and every company. Now, one thing that is very clear is that the government is subsidizing all this digital transition to these SMEs. And we think that there is a possible way to do so. And that's why we think that this way that we have planning it is possible.
And also, if I may add to that, I interviewed with 20 plus SMEs in Korea, including Hanguk Cosmetics. And what they told me is that even though the company is as large as raising $90 billion in sales, they do not have really good attraction from the influencers market. Right now in Korea, they have only 2,000 followers in their Instagram. And also in the US side, they only have 90. So this company really desires to have influencer marketing to the Japan and also sell into the Japanese market. So that's why they signed the contract for $10,000 per month over 6 months, which is only 1/3 of what they have been spending already in Korea alone on their own marketing side.
Just to elaborate quickly on this last point, when we say small SME, we're talking about excluding mainly the large companies because these already are using agencies. These are hard to disperse. So the focus is on the small and medium size, and probably more on the medium size because we'll have more budgets. And then what we're really hoping is we're going to grow these SMEs and then hold them as they become large brands as well. So
I think one comment, using the governmental agency is not easy. You should look at the case of how Rakuten cracks the market. They spend so much energy to convince those governmental agencies to support. I think that you underestimate the necessary resource to convince those channels.
Thank you for that comment. Thank you. Yeah.
So for the $3.99 a month, what do you actually get? I'm confused. Do you get what? Do you get access to a brand, like the influencer, like one influencer? What do you get?
yeah, exactly. So the way the pricing plans work, it's based on the content we generate, like how many posts do we actually have each week, and then how many influencers will generate the content, and how many platforms do we surface. So for the $2.99 plan, in this case, you'll have one platform, like let's say Facebook or Instagram. You have one influencer that generates about, let's say, three to four posts a week. That's what you typically get.
Sure.
Related, what are the flow of funds to the influencers, and then what do they? What is the influencers' experience in receiving content that they then have to change or tweak or influence?
I can take this. So basically, we're starting with a 70-30. So 70% of the revenue will go to the influencer, and then 30% will be kept at the platform. In terms of the flow, initially the first phase of the product will be more of us connecting them and creating some sort of system to kickstart the process, which we already have two clients signed up. For moving forward, the platform would be the influencer would log in, and basically when they log in, we would mine a lot of the data about that specific brand, like all of their prior posts, and the system can provide recommendations about what they should repost. What are the things that may be content or inspirations that the system can actually generate for them, and then they can modify it in the platform in a fashion similar to, let's say, Hootsuite or Buffer. And then it goes to a moderation layer in which you can then approve, the business can approve, and then it gets published to these social outlets.
Yeah.
Have you modeled out what the economics would look like for an individual influencer? Like, is it enough to keep them engaged and interested?
Yes. So 30% of what we actually charge is going to the influencers. That's one thing. And we have what we learned is that most of these influencers are part-time. So they need a stable stream of revenue. That means that the more that they get engaged, they would get more because it would be a very stable revenue. And that's how we kind of think of the framework, the basic framework.
I can also add on to that. We did some research in terms of how much influencers making currently. And currently in Japan, it's one of the lowest rates across Asia. And the hourly rate is only like $40 usually. That's what they get. So currently it's a good rate that they can make from Apricot.
Can you talk a little bit about how do you think when you scale up something like this, how do you ensure quality around the content? And then also just thinking about, one of the things that makes a lot of influencers work is authenticity. And, when you're kind of taking that and trying to use that in a brand perspective, how do you keep that authenticity when you're generating content to ensure that there's going to be that engagement on the back end?
Let me take that first. So my background is journalism, and I work in NHK, which is the biggest public broadcaster. Content actually control and also quality requires someone to actually look over the influencers. We will be engaging in that, and we'll try to create more so a good, I would say, support team to do so. One more thing about more coming back to Ko's question was that the more we engage, and I actually engage as a reporter as well, with the companies and also with the organizations, we understand their really feedback. So what we do is that we try to go slowly, but also in a fast pace to really deliver what we need to deliver. And in that sense, from my background, it's 20 years dealing with these people, the more that you can actually ensure to deliver, the more quickly you would get. And that's how we wanted to actually create the content and quality.
Just one thing maybe to add to it, in terms of like metrics, right? We know what if we can have the generative AI generate some content, we know what the output of that model is, and we know what is being posted. So we can compare the two, right? We can see if this influencer is just taking something as is and just publishing it, or they're actually modifying it. We also listen to the analytics coming back. So through like apps, native apps integration with, let's say, Facebook and Instagram and so on, you can see the engagement metrics. Is it going up? Is it similar, right? And you can look also at the feedback. And of course, you have the attrition rate from the business itself. So these would be like some of the key metrics you would be looking for. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions for Apricot? Can you clarify the governmental subsidy grants category? It looks like IT subsidy is not using for the advertisement purpose.
No, actually, yes. In the biggest framework, which is for the SME agency, that they are getting IT. But we have looked into it and we asked them, and they can use it more so into how they can project and give social media presence. And that is included inside. So in the big framework, we have confirmed that you can use that money. And that money is about like $5,000, which in that case, we think that it's in the boundaries of our pricing model.
Did you have a case you proved to usage? I looked at the description and it not looked like it.
Right now, we've been working with companies to try to make that happen. And in 2 weeks, we weren't able to actually secure that. That I would admit. But at that sense, in Japan, it takes time to make the first step. And we are committed to doing so. And we won't be presenting it if we can't do it. But at this point, I'll be very clear, we haven't secured it yet, but we're in talks.
I just need to be, we do this work, and what happens is that you get a, in your model, you basically at that low price point, you just have enough money to get one person. Right. The problem is sometimes that one person isn't good. You need to raise your pricing and your models so that each company gets that bucket and then can figure out who's actually returning the stuff for them and doing the work, and then they can get rid of the ones that aren't producing and then invest more with you, through you, in the ones that are working. So don't let those small companies put all their eggs in just one person, because if it fails, then you lose a customer forever and you don't have a way to retain them. That person fails for you, right?
Absolutely, ma'am. We actually experienced that in the two cases.
Okay.
And Yuya has been really working with many influencers and trying to find the right fit.
Okay.
One of the difficult things about influencers is that they never reply to your emails and they never come back.
Correct.
Right.
No, I'm just saying, like, it couldn't even be that they don't work. It could be this is a pain to you, and you're like, we don't want this person. So you gotta have a high enough price point that you get a pool.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on that note, that's all we have time for. Folks, there we go. If everyone could take their seats, and we will move on to RS Kids. That's for you if you participate in Q&A.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Clark. I'm here with my co-founders and team, Sergey and Billy. And we're here today to talk about a really important thing, kids. RS Kids is going to fill a unique gap in the market and offer quality childcare and development and resilience and success for life. Sergey is going to tell us about the problem.
Hello one more time. Then I came to the UK. I recognized that there is some problem in child care, and everybody actually speaking about that. Even Kate Middleton established her fund to support this problem. And what is the problem, actually? In the UK, they have funded hours just from a.m. till 3 p.m. And if you're working, it's a big question what you could do with your kids after 3 p.m. And that was my problem. And I was starting thinking how could I solve this problem? And I recognized that there is few ways how we can solve it. It's or daycare, which is a bit expensive, or it's a nanny, or it's babysitters or relatives. Each of them has some probably advantages, but more disadvantages. And as a result, together with Sarah, we started thinking about our joint project to solve this problem. And Sarah will tell you how we could do this.
So how do we solve this problem? Well, we'll start to partner with the local schools and nurseries, and we'll go through the council. And to do this, we'll offer our program in the existing facilities to reduce capital and to reduce costs, capital costs. We'll support parents by balancing the childcare, and we'll run a physical development plan for the children. We'll use the lessons from sport to help build resilience and success in the children. What does this look like? Well, our model will start to develop fundamental movement skills. So locomotion, manipulation, and stability. So think about throwing, running, jumping, hopping, skipping, bending, balancing, all these skills that help develop a child to be the best that they can be. Research has shown that these skills are really important to allow children to develop the finer motor skills that are needed to be successful in sport, but also just to be successful in life and to move really well. On top of that, we'll then incorporate activities to start to build the child's resilience. And these will be activities that will involve the child building confidence. They will also be pushed out of their comfort zone. They'll be challenged. All 3- and 4-year-olds don't know this. It's all through fun activities and fun games. They will start to work as a team. They will start to understand how to develop in a positive way. So let's go to the next slide. Let's see how many of the skills in this short video you can see the child using. So you can see lots of things going on here and lots of things the children are learning. So meet our team. You have me, I'm a 3-time Olympian, and I started my journey in Edinburgh Judo around 20 years ago. First as an athlete, then as a coach, and now as a CEO. Second, we have Sergey. He has extensive knowledge and over 20 years of experience in corporate finance, analysis, and investment solutions, and he has 15 years experience as an executive. We have Billy Cusack here. He is an Olympian, Team GB coach, and he develops people.
I will tell you about market in the UK. We have around 1.5 million childcare places registered in England, and we have at the same time more than 200,000 childcare places registered in Scotland. And of these 200,000 places, more than 2,500 nurseries there, and just 92 nurseries in Edinburgh. And that is our market which we are targeting, and we believe that we could be success.
So we have experience. We've delivered classes and we've delivered sessions to hundreds of thousands of children. We've got proven ability to train coaches. We have a strong culture, and we've initiated and developed partnerships. We currently coach over 1,000 children a week in schools and in the judo club. Okay, so let me talk you through the execution. We're going to start in 2023 with the pilots. We have 2 schools that are very interested in the model, and we'll start with our MVP. What does this look like? We'll use the model that we've used for judo to develop our MVP. Why is this important? Well, judo was originally created as an educational tool and to be a better person in society. So we can think of anything better to use in this model. The model is there, we have it, and it's ready to go. And we have a coaching team in place to deliver this model. As we move through 2024, we'll start to build our relationships. Let me talk just about one point here in Edinburgh University. We've got a small partnership at the moment, and we've developed some relationships with these guys. Now, recently I was speaking to the doctor that works for Edinburgh Uni as well as the Scottish Government, and he's very interested in moving forward with this programme. He actually brought his daughter to the judo club last week, so we're going to go back and meet with this doctor, Dr. Andrew Murray. And then from there, as we roll through 2024, we'll start to launch the product and build our brand. Serge is going to talk through the numbers.
I would like to share with you our economic. This is picture which you see here. It's our unit model economic, and just one school with 32 children could generate annually around 52,000 margin contribution. Of course, it's not enough to cover all overheads, and that's why we would like to do expansion. And from next slide, you could see the difference if we will have just one school which has 52,000 pounds per year marginal contribution and 175,000 of overhead, and will generate, of course, losses 122,000. Or if we will have, for example, 4 schools or 20 schools. As you see here, our break-even, it's 4 schools. With the 4 schools, we could have annually 34,000 of profit. But if we will build our network to the level of our target, 300 schools serviced, it will be margin on a level 16 million pounds per year and profit around 5 million and revenue around 45 million pounds. So it's a really interesting project, and it's definitely could work, and we have confirmation for that. Here in the UK, as you know, Bright Horizon, for example, was established 20 years ago or a bit more. They started also from the just 2 schools. They did a lot of acquisitions, and as you see here, they quite success. They have now over 1,000 schools worldwide, and we believe that we could do the same. We could build our network starting from the UK. We could go after that to Europe, to all English-speaking countries, and we could go to US, because US is a very huge market. It's around $15 billion annually, and we would like to cover part of this market also. And we're asking you actually not just about money, because money is not the most important things. We're asking about support, about name of the university, about partnership, and we believe that together we will build our better future for our kids and for all of us. Thank you so much. Your question. Yeah, please.
Nice work in the presentation. So you started with there's only programming for kids between 8 and 3, and there's a pain point for parents who need to keep their kids occupied and learning outside of those hours. So, and then we went pretty deep into judo. Is judo the answer, or is this a broader program than judo?
Yeah, great question, maybe not clarified quite so well. So this is using the skills that we've learned through judo, so this is a much broader program. It's going to be many sports that will be incorporated in this model, but not so much just the sports. We'll take the learnings from sport and we'll use a physical activity program. So basically we're using the coaches that we have to initiate the pilot, and then we'll start to look further for the next lot of coaches. So we were going to use the skills that we've got already to then move forward. So it's actually not a judo program, it's a much wider program.
if it's possible, I would like to add that actually the key to this business is the staff. Because in the UK now, the biggest problem is that state schools, state nurseries, they are overloaded, they haven't staff. For example, I'm trying, next year my son will go to the private school. Even private school has deficit of staff. They told us that actually we can't guarantee you that you will have this service after 3 p.m. because even in the private schools, this is a problem. That's why we would like to cover it. And judo could support this because they already have coaches. This is the main key to success, actually.
Hi, Sonia.
Great presentation, and I can't think of better people to coach kids than 2 Olympians, so that's a strong start. So you actually started to go into one of my biggest questions. So the staff is such a key piece.
Yes.
Obviously, right now, you're a small team. You've got 2 Olympians probably very closely involved with the programming and teaching the kids. And usually what matters the most in these programs is who is the teacher, who is the staff. What advantages do you have in finding the right staff and then keeping them? Are you able to pay them more, or is it higher job status? What are some of talk to me more about the staffing point you started to elaborate on.
Sarah, you will answer, and yeah, I'm about economic, okay?
Okay. Yes, so I think the key to this is the staff and the type of staff that we will target. So it is work between 3 and 6 p.m. So the staff that we typically use at the moment are maybe athletes or students or people that have been involved in physical activity and sport or have an interest in children. So I guess this would be our target. So we would look at, especially with Edinburgh University and then the wider universities, targeting these type of staff. I think having a structure in place that can train and develop the staff, using experience that we've had and using all the culture and all the things that we really want, that are really key to developing children. And it's a really tight-knit culture initially. And that's probably how we'll target.
Also, I would like to add that actually, as of now, Sarah already has these coaches in their club, and they are giving these lessons to schools, but to their not so young children, not this age group. It will be new age groups first. They already here, they already available, and they will be allocated to this project from this August. And we will pay them market salary. And our advantage is not the cheaper price of staff. Our advantage is infrastructure for free, practically for free. Of course, we will pay a rent, but we will not invest money to the properties. And due to that reason, we will get our benefits.
I feel like judos would be great for my twin 5-year-olds to get their energy out. So I guess my question is, you know, as parents, you have a lot of ways that you can be able to compete against, you know, how do you figure out, like as a parent, you know, why would I choose this program versus another sport, or putting them into, you know, tennis camp, or putting them into something else that, you know, can teach them some of these same life skills. And so it would be great to understand what that competitive landscape is.
I will answer as a parent.
Yeah.
So one problem in answering this, it's if I'm in work and my wife working, it's very difficult to leave work during the day, go to the school, bring your kids, and transfer them to other place. It's first. So first answer, it should be in one place. Okay. And not all of these sports that you told could offer this. Actually, nobody of them. Of course, my son is going to the football, for example, in nursery, but they are offering just 45 minutes or 35 minutes of a class. And after that, that's it. And it's in private nursery, not in the state nursery. For this age group in state nurseries, we haven't any solution yet.
Okay.
And we could cover it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
I think that if you, I think about your advantages for the small facility without any additional expense other than the mattress, that you can host a lot of the children. That's a great idea. And judo, I agree, as a Japanese, do the multiple exercise. That's a very great idea. The one thing you need to, you know, think about more as a business, scalability. I think the one good thing I would suggest, this is not a question, judo types or judo or wrestling types, not commercially popular sports, retirement or coach or junior athlete, this might be a good opportunity for their job for the future. If you can, using your talent, ability, and brand, you can recruit those people to be the part of the, their, player's life cycle. That could be a very good plan, but you need to work on how to scale. You are not great. One facility with the 2 Olympian coaches school, everybody wanted to put the children to the 100 school, how to scale, how to maintain, how to staffing. Those things you need to think a little bit more and build up.
So maybe small comment on your question, or the main way to solve this, it's training of coaches. And as Sarah told about Billy's experience, he coached 6 national coaches. So with that, we could prepare a lot of stuff for our future schools and units. And I think that 310 is not a limit.
I think you need to explain those. You have a coaching system, you have a coaching experience, and this is a talent pool. You can scale those. Those are the information we want to hear from the scalability of the business.
Okay, thank you. Jason.
Along the lines of scalability, I'd like to understand how you plan to efficiently get 310 schools a year or more to agree to use their space.
So we are starting now from 2 schools in Edinburgh. It's first year. After that, of course, we will need 122,000 pounds to cover deficit in our cost. But after that, we will have marginal contribution from 1 unit, 52,000. And this money could be invested in like promotion of our program, communicating, making better relationship with their new schools. And as a result, we are targeting 10 schools per city. And after that, we will go to another cities. From Edinburgh, we are expecting go to Glasgow first, and after that to London and other cities. So our target and our program is at least 10 schools per each big city in the UK. And we think that it's possible.
Could I just add to that? I think what we would like to do with this program as well is almost complement the schools. So having our program that isn't a specific judo program, it's a sports-based program, physical activity. If a school is having these challenges that we discussed with their teachers being able to physically develop the children, if we can complement the school, and then that can attract people want to go to that state school, then it can be a program that could work. So maybe the way that the schools take us on board, because the facilities are literally empty after 3 p.m. So there's nobody in using the facilities. Maybe on voting day it might be used. So I think we would hope that we would complement it. So this was maybe one of the things that we're speaking about. Thank you.
Yep.
Lovely presentation. You said several times that you talked about your learnings. Amazing team and certainly life experience. But if you started to put pen to paper and really granularize, how do you teach or bring the discipline of judo to a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, all of whom are very developmentally different? Has that process started, or is that still a to come?
Yeah, so that's started. We do deliver classes to 3-year-olds within the judo club. Already. So we do this in the club. We don't do it directly in nurseries. And I guess what we need to pull out of that is that it isn't just a judo program, that it is a wider program. So we need to be able to develop the coaches around that. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
I know this is very specific, but I've got a toddler and one on the way, and so my Instagram is just full of this stuff. Which is awesome at the same time. think I've looked at 5 different pairs of shoes last night about what's the best thing for like their foot to grow. But so I am super curious around pricing for the parent. Like, so what should I expect to pay specifically for a certain amount of time? Because right now, like at Little Gym Chicago, you pay like $1 a minute for them to run around on soft play. So curious what.
Let's open in Chicago.
I would like to answer this question. The cost currently in Edinburgh, and it's practically the same in whole UK, for daycare, it's around 70 pounds, 75 pounds per day. Or if you take half a day, it will be around 45, 50 pounds. It's quite expensive. If you are taking a nanny, it's practically the same level. If you are taking childminders, it's 5 pounds per hour. So it's cheaper, but it's not a consistency. It's without any sport education, it's probably not so good quality. And if, for example, childminder, babysitter will be sick, it's your problem. You will need anyway take a holiday, take a day off, and it's not solving the issue. Our solution could solve this because we have staff, and our price, we are targeting 8 pounds per hour, which is equal to 24 pounds per 3 hours, sorry.
Right,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
mucho mejor ahorita aquí. Can't, there's no room.
All right. If everybody can take their seat, we have one more fantastic presentation before we take our break. So we'll turn it over to Yara with Lookup.
Perfect. Well, hello everyone. My name is Luis, and this is Yara, formerly known as Lookup. We are a company that's developing a new type of menstrual cup that's fit for the 21st century, that's using engineering, science, and technology. Leila will kick us off.
Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Leila. I'm in my 30s. I have a pretty demanding job in finance, and I'm also having an active lifestyle. Sports has been a big part of my life. And also, I'm a cup user. After trying many cups for many years, I figured out that a cup fits my lifestyle best. It's reliable, it doesn't leak, no matter how much and how long I move. It does request far less change than tampons and other things, and also, it just makes me feel comfortable. Now, there are 2.1 billion women menstruating right now, I mean, in the next 4 weeks. But only 15% of them use cups. Many of them use pads and tampons. That creates a huge amount of waste. It causes health issues such as the toxic shock syndrome, and also it's pretty expensive. So why is that? Why are not more women using cups? Well, there is a big issue with cups. They suck, literally. So let me explain what I mean by that. When I try to remove my cup, it creates suction, and it's really painful. But we have a solution to that, and let me hand it over to Shahil.
Thank you, Leila. So this is our product, Yara. Like all the other cups, it's made of medical-grade silicone that's biocompatible and eco-friendly. But Yara is the only cup that effectively removes the suction effect during removal, and that solves the #1 problem we hear from women today. The way this is done is we have a patent-integrated air canal within the cup that allows air to be channeled from the bottom of the cup all the way to the top, so it prevents leaks. So it's good for insertion and removal. So you might be confused. I'm going to show a demonstration now so we can kind of see it. So the red tube represents a model vagina. The left side is a competitor cup, a competitor that shall not be named. And you can see as the cup is removed, it creates an enormous suction effect. That's unsafe. That's uncomfortable. That's dangerous. That's ouch. On the right is our cup. And you can see when Yara's removed, there's no suction effect. It's safe, it's comfortable, and most importantly, it works all the time. As a matter of fact, we see the same result testing all the competitors that we've gone through. And this is the game changer. We don't see the suction effect. Our product roadmap also has, one more thing. Our product development is done. Our patent has been filed. Lab testing is done. We even have in vivo testing. That's in real humans today. Manufacturing's going to scale in just a few weeks. Yara comes in 2 sizes and has an adjustable stem length. So it's made to be adaptable for all women. Our product roadmap also has an applicator, which solves another important problem for women considering cups. The applicator allows you to fold and insert the cup seamlessly. And that's going to help us address another market segment, which we'll talk about. Let me hand it over to Louis to talk about our competition.
Yeah, so as Shay mentioned, I mean, the competition right now has really standard cups. It's completely standardized. There's almost no differentiating aspect on the product. For instance, look at Diva. Diva is the #1 cup in the market today. And they've done so because they probably have first mover advantage, and they've been there for around a long time, but they don't have anything peculiar with them. And the main feature that consumers are looking for instance, easy removal, all the way to adjustable stem, they just don't have it. Our main competitor is FlexFit, and those guys address the removal issue, but it comes at the expense of adjustable stem, and sizes, become a problem. Our cup doesn't have this issue, because our cup is differentiated and because it's engineering-based. And so what does that mean in terms of branding? Our competition, because their product is standardized, they revert back to category generic specifics like eco-friendliness, reusability, femininity. And therefore, we have a white space where we can evolve and say, well, our product difference can be exploited and we can push that forward. Now, why we want to go into the cup market in the first place? Well, it's a very hot market. It's 2 billion euros. It's growing double-digit CAGR. And also, it's coming off a market that's changing in terms of landscape and consumer use, with tampons actually dropping, like -7%. Our users, the women, usually between 21 and 45, are already using it, especially in the higher and executive education level. So it's a sophisticated consumer. And the most important thing is that because the education has been going around for the last 20 years around cups, it has become more known and there's more awareness. And therefore, there's more and a higher willingness to try. And this we see all across socioeconomic categories, and in particular, the higher earners. Now, how do we target those people in particular? Shahil will tell us why, or how.
Thanks. So our goal isn't to educate the cup market. It's a pretty fragmented place, a lot of players in there. So our approach is first going to be targeting the existing cup users. We already know most of them, many of them are dissatisfied. And our key message to them is going to be, we solve your number one problem, suction. The second tier of customers are cup curious. So these are women who have tried cups in the past, but they decided to stop because of the downsides we talked about. Or they are generally aware of the benefits of a cup, and they kind of have friend circles or family circles that are encouraging them to use the cup. This is about 25% of the 2.1 billion market that Leila talked about. And our key message to them is comfort and convenience. We have it all. The third phase is targeting tampon users. This is about 45% of the 2.1 billion market. And our key message to them is it works just like a tampon. Women who use tampons are already familiar with the insertion method or using an applicator, and this works just like that. Now, we have a three-phased approach. The first two approaches are building trust and solidifying our direct-to-consumer. The strategy there across the US and Europe are roughly the same. There are some nuances, but mostly the same. When we engage in the third phase, which is build scale, it's going to be very deliberate. We're going to make sure that we have built brand awareness, we have a track record that's sustainable, and we have trust. And we're going to target one geography. Our data right now shows that's going to be France, because our research shows France has women that have the highest willingness to try, so that sort of fits really well. So let's double click on build trust. So we sort of have two parallel approaches here. We're going to build awareness. We're going to partner with lifestyle and fem health influencers to generate 1 million impressions. And we're going to channel all that sales to our direct website. Now, in parallel, we've already partnered with 2 OBGYN organizations in Europe to help endorse our product. That helps with our credibility. And today, no OB organization has endorsed a cup product. Our second phase is solidifying direct-to-consumer. We're going to do this by partnering with the social media firm to help engage in digital marketing. We're going to do things in Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. And we're going to funnel those sales into online retail. Amazon's known both in the US and Europe. Walmart Plus primarily in the US, and Galaxus is Europe. Now, our third phase is going to be building scale. And we're going to be very deliberate about this. So our example here is France. We're going to get retail distributors, and we're going to have an outbound team to help us with that. And we're going to be in stores such as Carrefour and Mono. These are grocery and pharmacy stores. Let me hand it over to Leila to talk about unit economics.
The 3 channels Shahil just talked about yield different unit economics. For our own channel, we will sell the cup at 30 euros. Obviously, adding the distribution cost, this will give us a contribution margin of 59%. We don't have distribution cost when we go for the third-party retailers, such as marketplaces and wholesalers. But the sell price there is much lower because we share the revenues with them. Everything we talked so far sums up in our financial forecast. Let me highlight a couple of things here. First of all, the graph shows our sales and costs for the next 5.5 years. We will be profitable from 2025 onwards. We will have a profit of 27 million by 2028. This is a profit margin of just over 30%. By then, we will sell 3.5 million of cups.
So how do we get there? Well, we've got myself and my CTO here working full-time on this project. We're also advised by stellar people with key functional expertise, whether it's finance, sales, marketing. And we also partner with doctors that know actually what they're talking about. And pretty much that's where we are. And now, please next. What are we asking? So we already put forward 100K as a founding team. And we're asking for $1 million mainly for 2 things. One, to nail down our production, especially for CapEx in mold production, but also to give us the bandwidth to accelerate and launch into the market. And ultimately, in the next 3 years, get to 70,000 cups, which equates to $5 million in sales. Thank you very much. And just last piece, this has been our prototyping phase, and this one is the last cup that's straight out of the factory. Ready to use.
So I had a question on how your price compares to competitors.
around.
And then it looked like Flex was the other company that didn't have the discomfort issue. Do they have a patent as well, or do they have a different solution?
So yeah, so there's two parts on the pricing side. We got a slide down in the appendix. As Leila mentioned, the cost of period care is quite expensive, and we know that with our product, we can use it for a year up to 2 years before being replaced. So there's already a big saving here. And maybe on the technical side, Andre, you want to?
Yeah, so on the technical side, Flex uses a very different system to ours. If you look at, so there's two parts to this answer about their technology. Flex's tech is about breaking the rim seal. Ours is not. So there's this fundamental mechanical aspect to how Flex works during removal. If you look at reviews online of the Flex cup, this removal process doesn't work very well. At least from what we see, it's clearly not it's a half-baked solution. Ours is a static mechanical and fluid flow solution that doesn't require any motion within the cup mechanics.
Yes.
So I know this is an over-the-counter product, but do you have to get any sort of FDA 510K approval or anything like that? You've been doing a lot of the testing, but wondering about that process. And then the other question is just understanding more about the manufacturing and, where that process is. It sounds like it started, but it needs to be built out a little bit more.
Why don't you address that?
Yeah. So the manufacturing is actually right about here. So right now it's entirely made in Europe. We've got the factory in the south of France, very nice place. The silicone is coming from Norway. Everything's sorted. In terms of FDA approval, it's not. It only requires registration, and because the cup has been around for so long, it doesn't need FDA approval. So the whole process takes roughly 6 months and 10K.
And to add on that, in Europe, there's no requirement at all. Yes, Kathleen?
Great presentation. Cultural barriers. Tampons aren't used worldwide. I mean, there are many. Do you see any cultural barriers as you move this out of Europe?
Yes.
Or even out of France, the US, Asia, as you try to expand?
So initially, our main market target is countries like in Europe, North America, and in some countries in Asia. The cultural barrier is definitely present, especially in southern countries, in Africa, Middle East. We're not yet, we don't have a plan yet to expand in those areas. Culturally, I think it's an extremely difficult solution to find. And so there's no, at the moment, there's no goal to expand in those areas.
But maybe also on the two markets that we target, Europe and the US, even there you can see cultural differences. So in Europe, just a minority of the tampon users use an applicator with the tampons. In the US, it's a majority. It used to be up to like 80–90%. That number is coming down because there has been a lot of education has been done, a lot of de-shaming of the period in the past 10–15 years. And this is beneficial. Yes.
So 2 full-timers, raise your hands if you're full-time on this. Okay, awesome. The marketing plan looks good. It looks like you've done this before. So how did this come about?
So,
2 guys starting a period, how did it come about? And how did it come about? And what products have you launched before? Because you've clearly launched products before.
Yeah. So my background is in business. Obviously, I did an MBA at Chicago Booth, which is fantastic. And so my background is in FMCG, and I've been a startupper for the past 5 or 6 years. We also have a fantastic team that helps build, and fantastic coaches that help build this marketing plan. And Andre, his background is in tech and engineering, so knows anything about production, injection molding, and all the rest.
So you haven't launched a consumer product?
So to add to his, I used to work at Microsoft, and I've launched several Surface products. That was on the corporate side. On the personal side, Louis and I
are also
working on something else. We have a life jacket company. And so the question, or to answer, where has this come about?
Right.
I have a sister who was reading an article about toxic sock syndrome, and when she mentioned cups and how there was no real engineering work done in that area, I thought it would be interesting to dive into that. And when Louis and I saw the market capability of cups, we went full on with it.
Yeah. But we did launch products in the past. To answer, make a long question short.
Yes,
Jason.
I'd like to understand, do you think that this investment can achieve venture returns if you only focus on the existing cup users?
So yes, because the market is right now is around 15% of women currently use cups, which is significant. We've got plans to expand that market because we know that the market is very hot and it's dynamic. We've got in our product development phase ways to increase that reach, like tampon users, as Shaya was mentioning. And I think in terms of return to investors, then this becomes a very standard FMCG product. How far can we get this product, and how many hands can we get it? How many eyeballs can see this brand and its benefits? So ultimately, yes, I think there's return potential for VC. I should certainly hope so. And based on our plan and the scaling phase, like I mentioned, is that our goal is to get to 70,000 cups within the next 3 years and up to 3 million before the end of the decade.
Along the same lines with the sales and marketing, like some of the, I guess, consumer brands that have been super successful have hit these viral moments through like marketing. But how do you think about building like the brand? Like when do you bring on someone internal that is solely focused on brand? Beyond just the traditional sales and marketing plan, but this like kind of authentic, culturally relevant brand itself.
Yes. So the thing is that right now we're developing in stages. So we know that as Shay was mentioning, we've got tests right now for like in an actual woman. We're getting the production sorted with the molds, and as we move forward in the tests and we expand our reach, and we'll definitely bring someone on board for sure to build a brand, because ultimately it is an FMCG product.
And it's the most important part, what you just mentioned. And I think, and therefore it's going to be like the first key hire that we are going to have is someone who specializes in marketing and in e-commerce and launching with influencers to build that brand awareness. It's a good question.
So I was just going to add, so I think some of that is outsourced today, and we're going to leverage the influencers. So the 3 that we shared, those are confirmed. So those numbers are real. So that's sort of like our actual strategy. But you're absolutely right. Once we kind of get a better footing and understanding, we'll be able to better evaluate, is it something we continue to outsource or we kind of bring in-house?
Or we use
So I think
Apricot.
it's the timing. Or maybe we use Apricot. Yeah. Other questions? Yes.
Obviously, when the CPG market, especially in the United States but elsewhere, finds out this is a competitive product to a huge, profitable, how are you going to really fight that off? That's not just a marketing, that's a educational women's health issue. How are you going to position yourself or defend yourself?
Is your question also about IP protection, or?
No, you've got the patents, et cetera. I understand that. This is about how do you defend yourself against being vilified when you've got the big CPG companies come after you to protect their tampon pad markets?
Yeah. So I think based on this, it's actually quite interesting because Tampax, which obviously is a world-known brand, launched their cups in 2018, just like 4 or 5 years ago. It's very, very recent. And the thing is that they launched it, and it looks like every other cup. And the thing is that they realized that the tampon market is going down. So it's potentially, for us, an acquisition scenario. Because we say, okay, we've got a fantastic product. We are building a great community. We've got a great expansion plan, especially in Europe, where the cups are, have a lot of momentum, going to the US as well, and then moving down, say, okay, well, we reach our targets, we reach our milestones, and then maybe we get a call.
I want to also add, cups have been around for almost 100 years. It really hasn't changed much. So if it hasn't happened now, it's not going to happen anytime soon. So I think that's a very powerful message. Would Louis share?
Yes.
Is it easy to change the color or the packaging? Because you could have a ton of fun. Like the way I'd market this is, you'd have like an American flag one, you'd have like a French flag one, you'd have I'm the mark. You'd have like you'd have a pride flag one.
Yeah.
You'd have.
We're gonna get your number.
Yeah.
And we're gonna work together.
No, but is it easy to change like
Absolutely.
the color? Okay,
Super
yeah,
easy.
Okay.
Yes.
Great, okay.
So medical grades, silicone in medical
I
grades.
know exactly what I do with this.
Is our supplier Elchem has a whole selection of different medical grades, and our transformer Stern in France is capable of putting medical grade dyes, and the dye spectrum is infinite almost. So yes, you can do any color.
So you get us the colors, we'll make it happen.
So folks, it's time for a little break. Let's return here at 11 sharp, please. Thank you. Folks, I know it was a very short break, and I apologize for that. But we're trying to get you all out of here at a reasonable time to eat lunch. So we're going to send some runners in to... You're going to get in trouble. Lucy, do you want to make an announcement out there?
Yeah, well, yeah. So, okay.
Yeah. Yep. So if folks could take their seats, please. And they'll be at the announcement. Folks, we're gathering, looking for judges, gathering. I know it was a very short break. Excited? Good. Good. All right, we got teams coming back in. We've got judges coming back in. We're short one judge. All right, she can slip in and sit over here. It's all good? All right. We're going to continue. So the order of events was scheduled for our folks who are on our live stream, and thank you all for being with us today. We appreciate your support. So we started with our two teams from Asia so that their friends and family back home wouldn't have to stay up into the wee hours of the morning. Then we had our two teams from our London campus, and now you will see the two teams plus the wildcard team, all from our Chicago campus. So the businesses you'll see will have migrated from Asia to Europe to the US. And with that, we're going to start with Soigné.
Tell me when. Hi, my name is Amy Poges, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Soigné Aesthetics. At Soigné, we provide aesthetic injectable treatments focused on wrinkle reduction and facial balancing, all to achieve a natural look. And we do this at our retail storefront locations for our clients in their late 20s and 30s, which is the fastest growing customer segment. And for context, aesthetic injectables are things like Botox and dermal fillers. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about a Botox business. And this is not just a fad. The market is growing rapidly. The US right now is approximately $5 billion and anticipated to grow to over $13 billion by the year 2030. And this is not just by women in their 40s and 50s. Men are using this too. In fact, the usage by men is expected to double over the next 5 years. And people are starting younger. 27% of the users are currently under the age of 34. So this is part of life. This is not a fad. This is part of overall wellness and skincare regimen. And there is not one consistent experience today in the marketplace, not one well-known, trusted brand. Not one provider owns even 1% of the current market share. You can go to your dermatologist, you can go to a med spa, you can go to a plastic surgeon. But today, even if you want, you can go to a dentist, you can go to a gynecologist, you can even go to a Botox party. And the question of quality comes into play. There's not one set standard of care in the industry today. You don't always know how much experience your injector has. In fact, Soigné was born from a bad experience that I myself had. And to top it off, pricing is totally nebulous. It's not transparent. When you go in for treatment, you are charged based on the number of Botox units you receive. You may know the price of the Botox unit, which there's a whole range out there, but walking in, you don't know how many units you're going to receive, sometimes not even until you get to the checkout. And it's like a game of roulette. Am I paying $500? Am I paying $800? You never know.
And this is where the opportunity is. The opportunity is for us to become that industry leader, that well-known, trusted brand, to create that quality and that consistency across all of our locations. And Rashna is going to walk us through the experience, the Swan Ye way.
Thank you, Amy. Our solution is designed to address all the pain points that Amy just described across 3 dimensions. One, we want to be best in class. Botox and injectables is the only thing we do. We're not a full-service med spa. We will hire experienced injectors and we will put them through a rigorous training program that has been designed by our medical director. We believe in a personalized consultative approach. Our experience is going to include an AI skin analysis that provides a personalized treatment plan and a customized product regimen. Third, we believe in price transparency. Our menu is simple and clear. We do not charge by the units, we charge by the area. And we will drive customer loyalty through a membership program that will provide discounts to our most loyal customers. Now you may ask, who are customers? Our target customers are professionals in their late 20s and 30s with an annual household income of $80,000 and above. Our interviews with the customers shows that they care about their self-image, they're tech savvy, they're quality conscious, and they get their beauty advice on social media. So therefore, our location strategy is to be in areas with high concentration of these customers and high foot traffic for visibility. We will be wherever our customers are, on the billboard as they go to work, on the platform as they wait for the L. Our marketing strategy is going to include a mix of owned, paid, and earned channels. During the pre-open phase, we're going to have a full-scale brand awareness campaign. As we get ready for an opening, customer trial and discovery is going to be encouraged through the use of paid tactics. When we mature and get into a steady state, we believe that the quality of our experience is going to drive earned media in form of referrals. Now let's put you into the shoes of our customers and let's see what a customer journey is going to look like at our flagship location prototype in the West Loop neighborhood of Chicago. Our feel is going to be modern premium. As you walk in, you're going to be greeted by our customer concierge who is going to show you into our comfortable waiting area. Next, you will have a complimentary AI skin analysis of your skin. That is going to give you visibility into your future aging process and even show you micro wrinkles that are not visible to the naked eye. Armed with this information, you're going to go into our treatment room and meet with our injectors. Here, you will discuss the reason for your visit with our injector. Our injector will use their experience and the result of the skin analysis to give you a personalized plan and product regimen. If you choose to do so, there is no pressure. You will receive the treatment at this point. We will also push the result of this analysis on our app. As you check out, our concierge will help you in picking out the product selection and also schedule a complimentary 2-week follow-up appointment. We believe that this experience is going to be so powerful and profound for our customer that it is going to drive loyalty to our brand and not just our injectors, which is common in this industry. Now let's turn it over to Samarth, how we can make this prototype into reality.
Great, thanks, Rashna. What gets us really excited about this business are the economics. We're not doing everything from facials to lasers. We're focused, which means we're doing Botox and fillers. We're able to be strategic, yet nimble and aggressive for our growth strategy. For us to open a single unit, we expect it to cost about $500,000. In the first year, we gross over $5 million. 70% of our revenues are coming from Botox. Only 8% of our revenues are coming from products. That's our highest margin segment. We expect that to be a big part of our revenue channel down the line. From a unit perspective, Rashna alluded to our loyalty program. Initially, we're only expecting 20% adoption among our membership rates. That generates $1.3 million in revenue in the first year. down the line, we expect that to be a much bigger channel of revenue as well. Why we love this business are the margins, 40 to 50% gross margins. And we're only seeing people 1 to 2 times a year. On average, 1.6, which is in line with industry standards. Because of these healthy margins, we're breaking even in 6 months. We think ultimately we're able to generate much more visits with our membership program and driving these revenues up even more. So what does steady state look like? We're taking this business in year 1 from being 5 million to 11 million in year 3. Our gross profits are doubling. Our utilization is going from about 35% on average in year 1 to over 70% in the 3rd year. Our customer visits are doubling. Our average revenue per hour per unit is doubling. What does this look like longer term? We're not trying to open up 1 unit. In fact, by the end of year 5, we plan to have 40 units and have a national footprint. We're trying to expand into the markets where our customers are, outside of Chicago, getting into markets like Texas, parts of Florida, Arizona, Denver, et cetera, really going to where our customers are, taking this business from a $5 million business in year 1 to over $325 million by the end of year 5. Our EBITDA margins average 12%, but reach up to 30% by the end of year 5. So what do I want to leave you with? This is a strong business with healthy margins. Our cash-on-cash multiple over a 5-year period is 13x. In 10 years, we plan to be a $1 billion business, and we are the team to take it there. We have a strong Chicago-based team with experience across finance, marketing, healthcare, medicine, AI, including our founder, who's launched 2 startups within Fortune 100 companies. And we're supported by a strong advisory panel that have direct retail strategy and operations experience, including specifically in Botox and aesthetics. What do we need from you? We're looking for 1.5 million, which will help us get the first 2 units off the ground that will be based in Chicago and cover operating cash flows for the first 2 years. We as founders are also putting in $250,000, really putting in our money where our mouth is, because we're excited and we believe in this business opportunity. So we're very excited to take this off the ground, and hopefully you'll join us to take Soigné all the way to $1 billion.
So quality control and staff training are obviously pretty important as you build your brand and you scale. What are you doing differently from some of the other startups in this space? And where do you see your competitive advantages over like a derm spa or other folks like that who are providing this kind of service today?
So thank you for the question. I think right now, as Amy mentioned, that the market is broken down. We're in medical spas doing laser. They're doing a lot of different procedures that gets their capex really high. We're really focusing on Botox and fillers specifically. And one thing we've noticed in our analogs like skin laundry, they're only doing laser facials. So as this industry is growing, consumers are looking for very focused quality brands, which they don't exist right now. So I think we're really focusing on that niche of the market.
Training.
Oh, and just to add one more thing, from a training perspective, when we went and did some secret shopping in some of our competitors, the experience was very different all across the board. A nurse can come out from a nursing school and start doing Botox right away. I think what we really want to do is create a good training program where we have a set of dermatology advisor, plastic surgery advisor to kind of stay on top of the things as well. And then our nurses will look for experience of at least 2 years of injecting, but also bringing reps from Allergan and other pharma companies to develop those training programs with us.
Deepa?
So I just had a quick question on how you landed on doing a clinic model versus saying, hey, we're going to come to where you are to be able to go get this done. Just from when you're building something out and it takes $500K to build it out versus kind of proving it out on a customer basis and saying, this is a great customer experience, we've got brand loyalty, and then we're going to go and build our clinic after that.
Yeah, I can start. I think one of the things, we looked at a lot of different approaches. So one is coming, going straight to the consumer. I think ultimately our end goal was we envision this as being really big. And there's a bit of a short-term opportunity here. So the market has shifted quite a bit. The consumer base has shifted a lot, and that's been in the last 3 to 5 years. And so you're seeing a lot of partners coming into this space. PE firms are going into the space. And so we view that as a short-term opportunity to really expand fast. That's why we have an aggressive growth strategy. We're really modeling it through things like, European wax expanded. They focused on one thing, nailed it, and expanded fast. That's really our focus. And that's one of the reasons why our asset-light approach, we don't have to buy the $200,000 machine, so we can expand quickly. And a lot of it's just a function of that opportunity.
And I can add on the fact about utilization. So if you go to someone's home, you're losing all this time in getting there. So when you have a brick and mortar location, we are going to turn our rooms within 30 minutes. So this becomes a high volume business. The more high volume we have, the better revenues we are going to generate. Also, we didn't want to be associated as a Botox party type of a company. When you go to somebody's house, that's considered like a Botox party. So we wanted a more elevated experience, and also the studio experience is going to take you there.
Jason?
Can you tell us how you selected the current location and how you plan to select future locations?
Yeah, so location strategy is going to be crucial. So a lot of it started with doing a lot of demographic analysis. So we're targeting people in their mid to late 20s to late 30s. We're all Chicago-based. We know the Chicago market really well. And so we looked at what are the zip codes that people are residing in. We didn't only do that in Chicago. We looked at it nationally. We're just more aware of the Chicago market. So the West Loop was really the first stop. I lived there for 11 years. I know the market really well. The consumer base there aligns exactly with what our target market is. As we expand nationally, a big part is doing similar, looking at migration patterns, looking at search data. What are consumers Googling? Areas, we did a quick scan of where people are Googling Botox. Parts of Texas, parts of Colorado, parts of Florida, et cetera. So we're taking in a lot of analysis to determine what that next stage is. Chicago is really a function of we're all here, we know it, our consumers are here.
Yeah, and I can add too, we know that the West Loop is more expensive, so there's different parts of the West Loop that we looked at that are more reasonably priced, that are by a lot of retail brands, where there's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of retail plays and companies established there. So that was one of our primary things, is the accessibility, but also the visibility, but being mindful of costs and knowing that it's imperative that we put our flagship location in the right place to create that right brand and create that right visibility. Guy.
Thanks. Certainly appreciate the value of focus, but if you're looking at a membership model, you're looking for repetition and for there to be value to that member and coming back for multiple things in a year. So you talk maybe a little bit about the membership and how someone might be interested in membership even though they can, quote unquote, only get Botox and filler when they may be interested in other things.
Sure. I can talk about the membership plan. So since our target demographic is folks who are on the older side of 20s and 30s, we decided to do kind of a bank the bucks, pay now, receive service later model of membership. So what that means that you are going to pay like a SaaS style membership, which is $79 a month. And for that, we are going to give you 10% off of fillers and 20% off of our products. You will get $50 anniversary box, and your $79 will bank for you. So Botox is usually received every 3 months. So when you come for an appointment in 3 months, you already have about $250 saved up for your treatment. So it is not a sticker shock for a younger person.
I think one thing to add too, what we found, we did a lot of research interviewing people that do Botox, on the fencers who are considering it, and people that really fit into our target market. One thing is that we found is customers are pretty loyal to Botox once they start. So there's typically 3 to 4 treatments per year. Once people start, there's a maintenance element and they continue to do it. They'll forgo other things. And so it's not as discretionary as you might think. And so that makes it attractive. And then the installment model, prepaying essentially, because you're not losing the $79. It's banked, so you're able to apply. If you use it twice a year, if you get 2 treatments a year, you're essentially paying off the $79 per month. So we think that makes it a little more palatable versus big $500 hits. Kathleen.
Love the energy in your presentation, so congratulations. I love that you have a medical director. Sorry, that's the lawyer in me. I didn't notice how the medical director interfaces with the esthetician, so I'd like a little detail. And going back to the medical director, Botox can be a prescriptive too, covered by insurance. Are you going to draw a bright line, or are you ultimately going to get into some reimbursement issues?
So, thank you for the question.
So I think it's twofold. One of them is, I'm internal medicine trained myself in clinical operations, so probably Botox is not my specific field. However, I have the network connections where I have a dermatologist and a plastic surgeon forming an advisory board there with us to kind of stay up to regulations, because we know regulations are going to come into this industry sooner or later as this is growing so fast. So I think that part. And as far as the FDA indication goes, Botox can be used for many medical indications, but we're not a clinic. We're an aesthetics business in the business of making people look good the way they want to look. So, we're going to stay away with that because, as you understand, lots of liabilities come with that when you turn this into a clinic business.
And to address your question about insurance reimbursement, we're not going to get into that. I work in healthcare space, and I know how difficult it is to get reimbursement from payers, so we're not going to get into that. It's going to be a self-pay model.
Yeah, Rosh will be leading all the training efforts and training programs that we have for onboarding and also ongoing training and certification. We want all of our injectors to be board certified. So coming in with a certain experience level, but then also making sure that we're keeping them in tune with the Soigné way, our business process, but also what's happening in the industry and being up to speed and making sure that they're continuing to be educated through our program.
And I'm getting my aesthetics fellowship as well. And it takes a year as well to get it done with some training. So that's not actually a long path. So I'll be aesthetics trained myself by next year. Yes, Lance.
How do you think about bringing in, and this alludes to something that Jason said during, I think, the last presentation, latent demand, people that are now into skincare, doing longevity stuff, as like ice baths or whatever, IV drips. How do you move them along to doing something like this as part of just like overall health, wellness, longevity, the way you look, et cetera? Yeah.
So the true feelings around health and wellness are totally changing. I mean, the Zoom boom has fueled a lot of this growth. People see themselves all the time. All the social media, more awareness. This isn't taboo like it used to be. People talk about it openly. I know within Booth, we've been talking about this a ton. And so it's just a different world now. And one thing that we're doing, we're wanting to achieve that natural look. Gone are the days of people wanting to have that unnatural, overfilled type frozen look. Maybe some people want it. That's them, right? But our focus and our motto is really being around that natural look to not look like you had quote unquote work done, as they say. And that came out in a lot of our customer surveys as well. And one thing that's different too is that we are doing injectables only, but there are different types of injectables like biostimulators that help you increase the natural production of your own collagen in your own body. So it's not an immediate plumping effect. It happens over time. There's also things that you could do with stem cells to regenerate things for under eye circles. And that came out a ton in conversations as well as a big thing that people wanted to look at. So there's ways you can do it using biostimulator type fillers or stem cells, and all injectables.
Great. And that's what we have time for, so thank you very much. All right, folks, I think we're good. And we're going to turn our attention to Eden Intelligence Financial.
You need that during Q&A? Right there.
Thank you. Shall we start? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jessie Shao, the co-founder and CEO of Eden Intelligence Financial. Our new venture is dedicated to serve the needs of people who get fast-track green card approval and are basically invited to settle down here based on their established careers, business, or extraordinary abilities. So allow me to spend a few seconds to introduce my background. I was the regional CFO in GE and in Accenture for Greater China. Now I'm the senior commercial director in Accenture North America. However, when our family relocated to US 1.5 years ago, I was totally lost in US financial system. And when I finally figured out we should have replaced our overseas insurance and investment with the US-based alternatives within a pretty short time window. That's after we got petition approval, before we became like officially US permanent residents, it's already too late. Our family ended up overpaying 17% tax on our overseas investment, more than 30% tax on the cash value of our overseas insurance. And thank God nothing bad happened to us. Otherwise, I may even have a problem to make any insurance claims after relocation. And I am not alone here. According to the published data of USCIS, each year there's 150,000 families like us came here with net worth between 1.5 to 5 million US dollar, and through companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Tata Consulting, or as self-employed like business owners. Most of them don't work in US financial service industry, and they don't have an existing network with US financial advisors. In fact, in the past few months, I interviewed 30 families in our close circle. They all share the same wish. They wish they have a trusted platform or advisor to help them build, preserve, and grow their wealth here in the United States. And with that, I came with this idea to build a really strong team in my EMBA cohort at Booth and establish Eden Intelligence Financial to cater such needs. And this is such an exciting opportunity. I'm going to exist my current job and fully dedicate to this post-graduation. Now, allow me to introduce my partner and co-founder, Matt, the former senior managing director from Bayer, who is going to introduce you why Eden Intelligence has this unique ability to solve this real problem and quickly scale up across the United States.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Jessie did a great job describing our targeted client base and the problems that they're facing, which is why we're setting up Eden. And we're doing so utilizing a hybrid approach. That is with self-directed services that our clients can access via our website and app, in addition to be able to speak to a financial advisor to answer any questions that they have. Now, specifically, we'll be offering services in 4 key areas. First, our investments. Clients will enter our website or app, answer a series of questions based on risk and goals, and then they will be directed to one of our 6 models that we've custom built that are composed of mutual funds and ETFs that are professionally managed. And then from there, we will continue to manage those for tax harvesting and rebalancing over a period of time, and the clients will be charged a 60 basis point fee. Additionally, we'll provide insurance services, and we're working with an insurance broker who works with all the major carriers out there to help them replace their existing overseas life insurance with whole life insurance policies here in the United States. And then lastly, we'll provide really important and needed tax advice that Jessie mentioned and financial planning advice, along with U.S. financial market education. So how are we going to do this? We have a fabulous team that Jessie mentioned already. Jessie's a co-founder, and she's also very much ingrained in the Chinese community. We've got Hui, who's a talented and successful fintech entrepreneur. He's going to be helping us with all of our IT needs. Jessica, who is an actuary with one of the leading insurance firms out there. So she brings that really much needed insurance background. We have Binjie. Binjie works for Ares, one of the top alternative investment firm. She's helping us with portfolio management. And lastly, Caitlin is an advisor on the digital marketing front. Myself, I've been in the wealth management business for over 30 years. The last 18 years at a firm, Robert W. Baird & Company, based out of Wisconsin. All that time, my main goal was, or main responsibility was building out a wealth management business on our senior leadership team. And I'm proud to say that during that time, we increased our revenue more than tenfold at Baird to $2.5 billion with our wealth management unit, raising more than several hundred billion in client assets. So like Jessie, who's quitting her job, I actually already quit my job 40 days ago to pursue this full time. Super excited about the opportunity right now, and that's why I did so. So that's our team, and that's really core to how we're going to build it out. But we also have great external partners. We're not alone. Firms build businesses with these external partners. We've already engaged with them very actively. Actually have a call Thursday to do onboarding with Schwab as our custodian. Already in a box, we're a very regulated business. They're helping us with firm registration and financial advisor registration. We actually filed the paperwork with them with FINRA last week to get the firm registered. Orion for kind of more of a general platform. InvestNet on the financial planning, and then a firm called Make It a Great Day for website development. It's a big market. Jessie already mentioned the 150,000 fast-track applicants that come each year for green cards. And if you think about that, over a 5-year period, that's over 750,000 potential clients right in that group. And they have substantial net worth and substantial positions or business owners. So these are really great core target clients. Additionally, we have the H-1B visas that are employer-sponsored programs. So that totals 235,000 each year. And then what we really want to do is establish ourselves within these immigrant communities, first and second generation, where there's tens of millions of potential clients as we build our company and establish that word of mouth and provide that great value to them. How are we going to do it? We'll start off, this is a typical playbook. Again, I've been in this business a long time and built businesses. You start off with these grassroots type efforts. Jessie's part of a Amazon Chinese 300-person WeChat group that you can network within and other organizations like that. She's also involved with a Chinese language academy in Seattle. And then some of our other our founders are also members of different social events and professional events that we can sponsor. For example, the Chinese community has the spring socials, and we'll plan on getting involved with those types of events and others like it. Next, after we build up 100 or so clients, we'll be working more with centers of influence like attorneys that specialize in immigration, also CPAs. Firms also have programs to help provide services to their associates that are coming from overseas. And as we are establishing ourselves in our business, we'd like to offer our services to those firms that they can offer to their employees as well. And then really in a big way, digital marketing. Working with some of our digital marketing experts, I've come to learn that when you're focused on a specific client niche, it can be very powerful to use influencers and other very targeted social marketing. So that would be a big part of how we're going to build our business. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Jessica to go over some of our financial model here.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about Eden Financial's attractive economics. After 24 months, we expect our average account size to be $250,000. That's based on our expectations regarding client acquisition over time and as a mix, a weighted average of the expected account size for the various visa categories that we're targeting. We also know the churn rate in this industry is quite low, less than 5%. So we expect average client tenure to be around 20 years. So that brings us to total client fees, the 60 basis points over the average account size over that 20-year period of $55,000. We layer on top of that the expected commission revenue that we will earn on the portion of our customers that we sell insurance to. Gives us total revenue per client of $57,000. We adjust that for our expected cost to service the client and gives us an LTV of $43,000. Our customer acquisition cost is around $3,000, which is right in line with industry for an LTV to CAC of 14. Here's our 5-year forecast, our expectations. By the time we hit 2028, we expect to have over 16,000 clients and over $8.5 billion of assets under management. Turn it back.
Thanks, Jessica. Appreciate it. You know, that $8.5 billion assets under management sounds like a big number. Actually, many other firms, Wealthfront, Betterment, Personal Capital, have done that much and a lot more over the several years. And we feel that targeting this niche market, we can be very successful. Our ask right now is actually going to be zero. We're going to self-fund to start, but we wanted to come to you now. Later, we'll be asking for $750,000 for more investment in technology, specifically to the digital marketing front. And for that, in 24 months, our milestones that we expect to achieve are 5,000 clients, 1.4 million in assets, billion in assets under management, revenue of 11 million, and profit of over 2 million. So that's what we're looking for. We're super excited about this opportunity, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Melissa.
Yes, Melissa.
This journey has been hard for me, even in English. So I just have a question, though. Are you going to offer your website, your resources in dual language? Are you going to have advisors who are fluent in Mandarin, right? I haven't seen anything that's. I can barely understand the documents, and I'm a native English speaker, much less,
Yes, that's exactly our plan. We will do this in multiple languages, but when you finally sign the product or whatever package, we'll ensure our client really understand the English version before they sign it. But all the education, promotion, and introduction will be in their native language.
Yeah, and in our website and the app, we will add localization, which means the clients can choose the language they want.
Yeah, and we have legal counsel to certify everything.
But we are hiring financial advisors that are dual language, to answer your question.
Yeah.
Yep. And including Jesse will be the first one. Yes.
You mentioned that you are going to help people that have. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You mentioned that you're going to give tax advice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very complex issue. If you have dual citizenships, in terms of how you're going to do that, because I have painful experience in that front. You can go to the most powerful accounting firms, either if you have companies that they are located in India and United States, they will talk to you about the Indian law or the European law in tax, and taxation is changing. And that's a huge opportunity for not just the foreign citizens that they work here, but also people that they have ownership in different countries and they have to figure out all this tax mess.
Right.
So can you give us some more color? How are you going to do that?
No, it's a great question. So we're going to partner with firms, tax firms here. Also, it's very important. Anything you do in this business is highly regulated. So working with our compliance firm, RA in the box, who's going to approve any correspondence or also scripting in terms of what our financial advisors can say and not what they can't say, and also refer them back on our documents. We'll likely have to say and say verbally that you should consult your own tax advisor as well. So we have to, anything that we do in our business, and I've based on my last firm, we provided tax advice, but up to a certain level, right? And so once it gets too complex or beyond a certain level, we'll have to refer them to outside firms if they don't have one already, but seek other advice on top of what we're providing. But we're going to get everything approved through our compliance firm in terms of what we are saying and what we put in writing.
Just to add on, in one of our offerings, we do offer the high-level tax screening for people from Hong Kong or mainland China versus US, because myself, I understand that. Also, that's certified by the PwC partner. But when it goes into deeper, we'll recommend our client to a specific tax advisor to further guide them through. But we also plan to launch this high-level screen as part of the automatic solution, country by country.
Sonia.
What are people using today? And when you compare the cost of what people are using today, if it's cobbling together their own set of advisors versus what they'll be paying to you, what does the difference look like?
That's a great question. So there's a full gamut of different types of firms. I think the best analogy or the closest analog company would be Personal Capital, who also offers a hybrid model with some self-directed services and in-person advisory. They charge 89 basis points up to the first million, and then it's a tier after that, like 2 to 3 million or 1 to 3 million is at 79 basis points. So they're higher fees than our 60 basis points. LFS, which was a firm launched focused on women, they have different models. Their premium service is 50 basis points, but then their private client is 90 basis points as well. And then Wealthfront, Betterment, both are between 25 and 40 basis points, but they're primarily self-directed. So we're kind of in between. And I think if our best comparison would be Personal Capital, and we're a little less expensive than Personal Capital. Yep, Jason.
I'm trying to understand how big this business can get. And so when you talk about the 150 families, what percentage penetration are you assuming in terms of how many you're going to get, and then how much of their assets you're going to be able to manage? And then maybe a corollary to this, you mentioned that second generation, you're interested in them, but what problems or different problems are you solving for those generations versus the initial target market?
Well, those are two great questions. Jessica, I'll take the first.
So the 235,000 is per year. So that means over 5 years, that's 1 million opportunities. In our projections, we're assuming a relatively low penetration rate, around 3% by the time we hit 5 years out. You can see here we've got the average net worth by visa category. And then if we skip ahead to, here's a good one to look at. You can see how we expect our average account size to grow over time as, you know, we get traction in the market, we start to gain the trust, we gain a reputation as a trusted advisor in the communities that we're serving. We expect to grow to about 500,000 average account size by 2028. And that's based on, if we take a look at the wallet share percentages, assumptions that we made by visa category, what their net worth is, approximately what their liquid assets are, and what percentage we think we're going to capture over time.
And from my experience, you can capture more and more wallet share, you know, as you're providing great value for the clients over time, which is our goal. And 16,000, if you go back one slide, Binjay. If you think of 16,000 clients versus the million or so that over a 5-year period, we think that's very reasonable. And that's a good thing to model. And based on my experience, that, you know, I think we can get there. In terms of the second generation, first generation, I don't know if you want to answer Jesse?
Yeah, I think for the first generation, wealth management is highly regulated in most of the countries, including China, that they don't, the player there cannot do business here, the same vice versa, the player here cannot do business there. So for the first generation, we're in a very unique position to bridge this gap. For the second generation, most people I met, they are, I believe, kind of their investment behavior might be influenced by their culture and heritage. So that's why, and they live in the same community. That's why we feel that once we establish the trust name, we can easily extend market share.
Yeah.
So do you think, when you think of the growth curve that you have right now, do you think that's going to happen more inorganically or organically if you're going to go and acquire, you know, other wealth managers that are servicing a very similar population?
We were not planning on hiring other managers. That is a model. Rockefeller uses that model, some others. And that model, and they pay their advisors, you know, $2 million a year on average as they're bringing over their client base. So they've ramped up to $100 billion in 5 years. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a different model. Personal Capital would be, again, a much better analogy. They ramped up to $12 billion after about 9 years. And then they sold to a Canadian firm, Empower. Actually, there's a lot of consolidation happening in the industry. So more similar to that, utilizing more digital and other really focused efforts like that, as opposed to hiring advisors with established practices. But on that $12 billion, they sold to Empower at a multiple of about 10.5 times revenue. And that's kind of what's the typical multiple. I can give you some other analog companies. And so they sold for $1 billion. And that was in 2020. They've grown that to over $22 billion right now with a horrible market, of course, last year since the power bottom. So there's some pretty exciting activity, but we're more about let's build this great company, providing a lot of value to these core clients, and over time,
the valuations and the exit opportunities will be pretty exciting, but we have to build something of value first, which we really think we can do.
Okay.
And by the way, targeting a niche market is done very, very often in our industry, and it's more localized. It might be, well, I have a team in Houston that worked for me that focused on Exxon retirees, and they brought in over $2.5 billion of client assets just focusing on Exxon retirees, but only in Houston. They didn't take that nationally. So we're taking that approach, but we want to take it nationally.
Well, that was going to be my follow-up question, because, it is a niche market. I'm just wondering, could you build this within a larger platform?
Could we build?
Could you build this practice kind of within like a Baird or a Schwab or a Fidelity?
They could, right? And they haven't done it because they're focused more on the mass market, all these firms, even Personal Capital. Ellevest is that one firm kind of focused on a niche, but other firms have teams that are doing pockets, but they don't see the vision of, hey, let's do this nationally. It seems small to them, or like, how can we do it? I do think that we could sell to a Fidelity or something down the road for $1 billion and have them, and they can, where they make their money is off bank deposits and lending and other things. They could take our client base and generate even that much more revenue offering other services as well. So it could be pretty powerful. That's why Empower bought Personal Capital, was to expand the opportunity there. That makes sense.
Yeah, thanks.
Kathleen.
Yeah, please.
Great presentation. You're going to charge you're going to charge a percentage for basic investment advice, and you mentioned insurance, but you've also talked about tax planning and a myriad of other services that you're going to also onboard. Is that opportunity for additional revenue, or is that part of just the original? When you get to tax planning and things that require a deep dive, I know that you can't do it through a screener. So how do you calculate that in your profitability
For the
margins?
tax planning at the stage 1, we plan to more utilize that to attract customer come to us, and then we associate or affiliate with other CPA firms, and we can have a mutual client sharing. So it's not like a major screen, but down the road, we can establish our own in-house tax planning advisors. Also, we put those initial offering because that's really our target client need right now. And then once we start build practice according to the feedback, we're going to enhance that. So that's our plan.
Great, and that's all we have time for.
Well, absolutely. And just the regulation alone. Just the regulation and compliance. But I was bought by Goldman. Yeah. What?
Like Betterment, like the early robo-advisors in the 2010s.
The robo, yeah, there were some very good ones, but they did not make it in the long term in terms of money. And the better interfaces. We used to use one, me and my son, and then, they kind of bought and disappeared as a platform. I mean, the idea of having a market basket, like if I'm interested in security market, this and that, let me see.
Well, folks, I think you've seen an incredible variety of business models from all over the world, and that is what always impresses me about this program, is just the wide array of business models that our students and our entrepreneurs are working on all over the world. And for our final presentation, we have yet another different innovative business model, which we will present as soon as they are all microphoned. Yeah, yeah, it's you guys. Right, okay.
Ready? Thank you for joining us. I'm John Lamatina. I'm a liver transplant surgeon. I'm an associate professor of surgery at the University of Chicago, and I'm the chief medical officer of Regen Cell Therapy. We are a stem cell bank for stem cells isolated from a peripheral blood draw. We're really at an inflection point for healthcare, and the landscape is changing. We are moving from a system of relatively generic, non-specific pharmaceutical therapy to personalized medicine based on biopharmaceuticals that are informed by patients' genes. There is an increased demand from patients and from their doctors for personalized medical care. Stem cells will form a pillar of the future of medical care. Like 10 million other people, I stored my 2 daughters' stem cells. I paid $6,000, and I pay $600 every single year to keep them frozen. If I wanted to have that same level of stem cell storage for myself, with present technology, what this would require, a trip to the operating room, an aspiration of my bone marrow from my hip, or an aspiration of fat. Alternatively, I could be put on a machine and have my blood filtered for hours to isolate stem cells. This is not practical, and no one is really doing this. So is there another way? You can isolate stem cells in a smaller but adequate quantity from a simple blood draw. Right now, stem cells are the primary indication of treatment for 80 conditions. The most compelling of these conditions are for blood cancers, things like multiple myeloma, leukemia, and lymphoma. I don't have any history of that in my family, and I don't expect that to happen to my family. I did it anyway, and the reason I did it was because I want to have options in the future for my kids. There have been 4,000 trials using stem cells for different therapies. There are thousands of trials undergoing study right now. The problem is that if you don't have your stem cells stored, you can't access the benefits of future therapy. So in order to establish a bank for stem cells, Stephanie's going to tell us how to get there.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Hopper. I'm the CEO of Regen Cell Therapy. I have over 20 years in consulting and entrepreneurship. I have raised money in a cash-created environment, and I have 1 successful exit under my belt. So what does Regen do? We are the easy solution for stem cell collection, processing, and affordable long-term storage, all from a blood draw. We're affordable because of our collection method and because we can start in an incubator, where we can get office space for around $2,000 a month, a wet lab bench for $2,200, where we can place our freezer and service up to 100,000 customers. Now, when you join Regen, you're going to go to our website and you're going to purchase this kit for $850. That gets you your stem cell collection, which is your blood draw, and your first year storage. You're also going to meet with a telehealth representative who will write you an order for that blood draw. The order and the kit will be mailed to you at your house. When you get the kit, you can then go to a LabCorp or Quest and get your blood draw. If you would prefer to have a service come to you, we can do that as well for an additional fee. Once your blood is collected, a medical courier will come and they will take the kit to the Regen lab. Once you receive your kit, we will then begin processing your blood. We will isolate your stem cells. We're going to validate that we have collected those stem cells. At that point, we will then place it in long-term storage so you have access to your stem cells should you ever need them in the future. I'm now going to turn it over to Catherine to talk you through our go-to-market strategy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Katrin Ingstead, and I am the Chief Revenue Officer for Regen. I have over 20 years in business development experience. I co-founded a startup, and we drove $40 million in revenue our very first year. I'm really excited about this opportunity because not only have we proven that it's viable, that it's also profitable. But time is of the essence for Regen. We understand that we need to get into this market and build awareness and credibility immediately. I'm going to walk us through the target audience, the go-to-market strategy, and the unit economics. As John said, stem cells are already being used to treat blood cancers in the US. Unfortunately, for the 121,000 people that are diagnosed annually, our long-term storage solution is not available to them. However, it is available to the 18.9 million Americans between the ages of 20 and 40 years old that are at risk or have a fear of being at risk because blood cancer runs in their family history. Furthermore, we've identified 15 million genetic curious aficionados. These are our LAers. These are the ones that have already bought the 23andMe kits, and they have a propensity to buy anything that is longevity-based, sort of biohacking products. Combined, this is a 34 million person targeted audience. Currently, cell preservation is a $52.5 billion industry and expected to grow with 22% CAGR by 2028. So again, we want to get into this market. We understand we need to do it rapidly. We know that we need to educate and build credibility. To build credibility, we are going to deploy our sales force into the top hematologists, oncologists, concierge medical offices, and primary care physicians that we've already been discussing, and we hope that they will refer to us. On the awareness front, we are going to deploy our marketing campaign, which is built on paid advertisements, social media, and at-home at-home direct mails. Thank you. So now let's get into our customer acquisition. Our customer acquisition for all of this is $204. So let's get into the unit economics. As Stephanie mentioned, our kit, it's $850. It costs us $261 to acquire these cells, process them, and bank them. That gives us $589 in gross profit per customer. But on top of that, we have a recurring revenue stream. Our customers will pay $190 annually to store their stem cells with us. It only costs us $10. That gives us a gross recurring profit of $180 per unit. So at $190, we expect that our retention rate, $190 that the customers will pay, we expect our retention rate to be very high. And a typical situation might look like this. We educate our customers in their 20s to bank their cells. Hopefully they never need them. But if they do need them, they won't need them until about their 60s. So we anticipate them paying us $7,200 to make their very viable biological resource available to them. So in 5 years, we're looking to hit $87.6 million in revenue. We become profitable in year 4. This industry is going to go rapid fire. We've got technology advances, we've got medical advances. So again, we understand we want to get into this right away. If 150,000 customers in 5 years doesn't seem that viable, talk to me about 23andMe's rocket ship growth that they experienced. Next, I'm going to turn it back over to Stephanie to explain why we believe that we're the team to take us on that rocket ship journey. Thank you.
So you've met half of us, but now I want to introduce you to our other key players. We have Raul, our COO, who is engaged right now in projects advancing the science of stem cell expansion. He's also an expert in FDA, so we're going to have him monitor those clinical trials to make sure we're always on the cutting edge of the science. We then have our Chief Marketing Officer, Caitlin, who owns and operates her own marketing agency in New York City. She's recognized as being able to scale e-commerce. She's partnering up with Kat on our go-to market strategy to make sure we reach all of our customers and that they will commit. And finally, we have our CFO, who will use his experience in finance to make sure we are tracking to our numbers and we're raising enough money. We are self-funding our first $500,000. We are asking for $1.8 million to get us to our 20,000 customers. We know this is a market play. We've got to go big and we've got to go fast. We want to push out an educational campaign so people know that they need to be selling their stem cells and that they know that the service is now available. We want to be the brand known as the stem cell collection and storage.
The consequences of missed opportunities in healthcare can be profound. And at Regen Cell Therapy, it is our mission to ensure that neither you nor your family is ever sitting in your doctor's office saying, I wish I had stored my stem cells. Thank you. Yeah, I was watching.
Let's kick it off with Sonia, please.
So I have a technical question on, is there a reason why I wouldn't just wait until the need arises and then retrieve my stem cells? Like, why is there this kind of need to bank it early?
Sure, good question. One I would ask. For every person sitting in this room, every minute, your stem cells are going to be less good, right? The best way to do it, without a doubt, is for a newborn and to have cord blood and tissue. That's only applicable on day of life 1. So the sooner the better. So it's better for a 20-year-old than it is for a 30-year-old than it is for a 40-year-old. That's sort of the time urgency to our model.
Guy?
Yeah, so I am a stem cell banker because we diligenced a company that was doing it the old-fashioned way. So I've done the hammer on the iliac crest and all that stuff. And but you know, the argument then was that was the only way you could get enough volume. So what was missing in your presentation is tell us about the science that says that this new method is actually adequate.
Sure, absolutely. That way is better, and I would not argue against that way, right? It's a volume issue. So we are taking a smaller volume, and we are getting a smaller volume. We've demonstrated this in the lab, we've validated it, we've taken peripheral blood, we've frozen it, I tried to get as much freeze time as we could for this presentation, so we thawed them this morning. We got 11,000 viable stem cells. This is enough. What is it enough for? It is not enough today, with today's technology, to reconstitute your immune system. Clearly it is not enough. It is enough, however, to expand 10-fold, 100-fold. That'll cost $20,000, $30,000, but that would be enough to participate in in a good portion of the trials that are going on now. So if one of those trials hits, you will have enough stem cells preserved today to participate in the benefits of that. But it is less effective because there is fewer cells, of course.
Is the traditional method, the marrow method, is that adequate to reboot your immune system?
For sure it is, but it hasn't taken off because it's expensive and it's painful and it's not available to the masses, which is what we're looking for.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Deepa.
So do you guys have a patent on this methodology to be able to do it at the smaller volumes versus the larger?
There's nothing about this that is patentable. There's no IP. We recognize that. We recognize this as an execution and a market play. We believe with a market of $52 billion that very similar to what 23andMe and Ancestry in the DNA test kit, there's room for more than one player. So our goal is to be that brand awareness so that we are the name recognition. So we are essentially the Kleenex, not the puffs of facial tissue.
Okay.
Melissa, please.
So I know there's no patents, but is to this fact that the smaller can work, are there medical studies that have been published recently that the smaller can work? Are there studies that are in process that this can work?
We're doing it in my lab. I haven't published it, but we did it last week and the week before. So I can tell you that we've done it. We have the primary data. We don't have it here because it's 1 hour old, less than 1 hour old. But I'm happy to share that with you afterwards. You can clearly reconstitute in an animal model using just peripheral blood, and you can clearly isolate enough stem cells. This is accepted in the medical field peripherally.
Lance, please.
On the pricing, like it seems like someone would, if they want to do it, be willing to pay more. I'm just guessing, like for the first amount, like $850. Like how'd you land on $850 versus baking that in over time, or charging more up front, or charging less? Like how do you think about that?
Go ahead. So basically, we looked at what the cord blood market is doing, and what is out there already in the spaces. I actually have an experience with a friend who just did his bone marrow for $4,000. So how we came to the lower concept was we watched what the cord blood industry is doing, who recently just dropped their prices. And our thought was we're trying to make it as cheap as possible, but we still need to grow the company. But that is why we went to a lower amount with the whole concept that that's our goal, making it accessible.
And could you go like even lower? Could you go to where like you cover costs, but all the profit is in the subscription over time?
Yes, we could. The goal for what we were discussing is the fact that we need to get that first $500,000. How do we do that? And could we collect enough revenue to then propel ourselves to get us started, and then maybe look at offering discounts and other types of things that give more of an incentive?
Hi, Kathleen.
You talked about volume. Since this is easy and it's not being hammered on, why wouldn't, with this, I give every year so that you store multiple times? Number one, I'm just curious if there's a scientific reason that you wouldn't do that. And my second question is, let's say I have a child or a parent who it becomes ill. Can they use, is there ever an application for my stem cells for them?
For sure. I would prefer autologous, so your own stem cells versus stem cells from a relative or someone's cells from a donor. You can clearly do that with immunosuppression. So that is applicable. I think the reason to not do it every year is that every year your cells are older. And so you really want to sort of freeze time at the time of donation as young as possible.
Hi, Deepa.
I can figure this out. How long do you have to, from, when you actually take, when the blood gets taken out, to get it to the lab? Like, is there a degradation issue or anything like that that ends up happening?
So we do it overnight. So the faster the better. We've looked at it, 12 hours, 24 hours, you're fine. So we just do it the next morning. And that's baked into the pricing model.
Is there a reason you wouldn't just have the donation happen at your facility?
It's just, I would prefer that, but I think it's just less convenient for people.
Okay.
And if we're trying to make this a mass market play for everybody, that seems impractical.
Okay.
Hi, Jason.
If getting the stem cells through blood draw is not novel or protectable, why is now the time to do it? Why haven't other companies done this, given that what Guy went through is painful and expensive?
Great question. The science is changing very rapidly. So there was CRISPR technology, we were going in and editing. All this stuff wasn't there when these companies started. So when he did his bone marrow, when 30 years ago people first isolated cord blood for transplant, that was the best they had, and this wasn't even thought to be possible. Wasn't sure that that was possible. So now the present companies, this is their model. You get a high volume of cells up front, you store them, thaw them, transplant them. Our model is a little bit of a different look with changing technology. So we're getting a small volume, storing it, and only really incurring a high cost if you need them. So if you do need them, they will need to be expanded, and that will incur cost. But you're only using it if you need it. And that technology is better. It's not there to where you can get it to 2 million or 5 million cells, but you can clearly get it to 100,000 cells. And my guess is in 10 years, you will be able to get it to 5 million cells, 6 million cells. But that's an if. The present use would be if one of these trials hits, using the smaller volume of these thousands of cells that are using that, this would be massive.
Any other questions for Regen?
Hi, Deepa.
Last question. So when you think about storage, are you also thinking about what your insurance cost is going to be as kind of a back? Because, when you look at a lot of the egg preservation companies that are out there, there are a number of instances where refrigerators fail and all those sorts of things. And so what are some of the things that you're thinking about as fail-safes there?
So by starting in the incubator, we will have our own freezer because I want to make sure that I reduce our risk and make sure I have control of that, of your stem cells. But they also have a backup freezer there as well. Freezers are not that expensive. They're only $14,000. So as we grow, we have plans to get a second bench, a second freezer, make sure we have those redundancies. And then, did you want to take the other?
And we've looked at, in I think two things. One, we have the same exposure that any of the cell banking industries have. So that will be no different, right? So we are promising that we will bring them cells if they need them in the future. Thing one. Thing two, we've looked at insurance costs for this and they're not prohibitive, this exact model. We've had quotes from them.
All right, thank you very much.
So that concludes our round of presentations. I think that we should give all of our teams a huge round of applause. They and their fellow classmates are working very hard to build some great, great businesses that we hope to see succeed in the very near future. Before we break up, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Deputy Dean, Star Marcello, for some remarks.
Thank you, Waverly. Thank you all. It's so great to see everyone here together. I got to see some of the semifinal teams in London and then some of the semifinal teams here in Chicago. And so it's very exciting to be here for finals. I just want to echo what you heard from Waverly. Congratulations truly to all of the teams. This is not easy what you are doing. I think entrepreneurship is the ultimate general management test. You have to use everything from sales and marketing and finance and operations and pull it all together and then give a beautiful presentation to an amazing group of judges. Judges, you just asked amazing questions. Thank you for being here today. So, yes, we can give them a round of applause. So I hope these presentations, for those of you who just watched the entire morning, have shown you that Booth is an incredible school for entrepreneurship. I believe firmly that we have the best entrepreneurship program of any school anywhere, and there are a lot of reasons for that. Some of them are the students that you just saw presenting. Some of them are people like the judges, who include many of our very well-esteemed alumni. It also includes our amazing entrepreneurship center, the Polsky Center. And so I'm going to ask Erica Mercer, the executive director of Polsky, to get up and join me. It also includes amazing teachers and faculty. And I want to just give a moment to recognize Waverly Deutsch, because this is her last year teaching GNVC. I only have 5 minutes, so you have to sit down again. There's a lot to be said about Waverly. People describe Waverly with a lot of words like icon, legend, amazing. You talk to anyone who has ever been in a classroom with Waverly, she is super memorable, unforgettable. I run into alums all the time. She knows because I text her all the time. Oh, I'm with an alum from the year 2005. They want to know if I know you because you're such a legend. And what are you up to now? So to say that we've been lucky to have had Waverly here at Booth for 22 years is really an understatement. There is no one like her. She's a brilliant teacher, as you have all seen. She's a brilliant person and friend. She has helped our entrepreneurship program grow exponentially, not only here in the US, but all over the world. And it will be very, very difficult here without you. We're so happy Alyssa is filling your shoes with GNVC, but we are in awe of you. We are so lucky to have had you, and we wish you all the best. And I know Erica wants to say a few words too on behalf of Polsky.
Thank you, Star. It's an honor to be able to say a few words about Waverly. My name's Erica Mercer. I'm the executive program director at the Polsky Center. And when I first started working at the Polsky Center many years ago, Waverly shared an office in our Polsky suite with our then executive director, Ellen Rudnick, who's also here with us today. And on maybe my second or third day in the office, one of the team members came up to me and said, "Have you met Waverly Deutsch yet?" And I thought for a moment and I said, "I don't think so." And the team member laughed and said, "If you've met Waverly, you would know so." And Waverly, the last 13 years, you have certainly lived up to that introduction. You are such a force, and anyone who's had the benefit of working with you, whether it's our student entrepreneurs, our vast alumni community, or the staff at Booth, has benefited from your mentorship. I've had the pleasure of working with many student entrepreneurs who have gone through both the New Venture Challenge and the Global New Venture Challenge. And while many of them remember learnings from the program, what they without fail remember most is you. And that's in large part due to your direct delivery of feedback, which many of them will joke about. But it's also because when they talk about your direct delivery of feedback, they do so with great fondness and great appreciation. You have a way of distilling really challenging business topics into clear and actionable steps, and you do that with deep respect for the person. So Waverly, the Polsky Center is so lucky to have had you involved over the last 20 years, and you've helped build our entrepreneurship program, but you've also helped build up many of the entrepreneurs who have come through our doors. Thank you so much on behalf of the Polsky Center.
I'm probably going to make you stand up one more time, but I wanted to have a round of champagne to toast with, but they said the champagne is saved for the finals announcement. So we're not going to have champagne right now, but it will be there later. And I know I'm now just in the way of the judges deliberating and the big announcement about the winner, so I'm going to be brief. But if you could all join me in maybe a dry toast to Waverly. Cheers to you, and good luck on your next adventure. We love you. Yeah.
Thank you all. I feel like, well, I was going to say this upstairs, but I'll say it now. I feel like one of those people who gets to go out having won the Super Bowl. So that's thanks to the teams who appeared here today. What a great GNVC to go out on. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask the judges to join me in room 303, and I'm going to ask the rest of you to go on up to 621, where we will see you for the announcement of our investments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, folks. Can I have your attention, please, very quickly? Hello, hello. Hello, good afternoon, folks. Can I have your attention, please, very quickly? Oh, no need for a clap. This is not a fun announcement. We have champagne available, which some of you have already gone ahead and taken, and that's great. As you continue to, please just drink it slowly if you already have it, or wait. We want to be sure we have enough available for when Waverly comes on up and announces our winners, okay? So just savor it, as you should be doing on a Tuesday afternoon with any kind of alcohol in the first place. And also, since I'm up here, we can just give a round of applause to all the GNVC teams who are up here already, yeah? Wonderful. Very good, very good. All right. We should have an announcement coming very soon. Thank you all.
They're right in here. Can I have these? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. What order are they in? What order are they in? Oh, okay, let me turn them around.
They should be in order now.
Yeah, they're in order now.
So
yeah, let's start over here. if everyone, okay, so we don't have a mic yet. Okay, good. All right, if everybody can join us. If everybody can settle in. Thank you very much. Downstairs, a lot of people said a lot of really nice things about me. A few of which were even true. But I get everyone's attention for a few minutes, so I need to say some really nice things about some people as well. So first of all, to our global alumni base who's watching us on the live stream, thank you for staying with us through this entire process. We really appreciate you. And to all of my students and teams, not just the ones you saw today, but all of the teams that worked so hard this year on the GNVC, you all deserve an incredible round of applause. We do this class, this life experience. We do this life experience on 3 campuses, and our campus support people work incredibly hard to get us all team rooms, to keep us fed, to manage all of this process with all of our comings and goings with coaches and mentors and judges. And I just want to thank the 3 campus leaders that are here with us today, Lucy, Natasha, and Janet, and all of your staff. And of course, all of the staff that support you in helping us deliver this incredible experience. This process couldn't be more professional, and that's because of the incredible work of the Polsky Center. Everyone in the Polsky Center is top-notch at what they do, and producing the New Venture Challenge series is one of the pinnacles of the work that the Polsky Center does. I have had the honor to work with the folks of the Polsky Center for literally 22 years, and I have never worked with a more dedicated group of people, a more talented group of people. So let's thank the Polsky Center. And in my 22 years at Booth, it has been an incredible honor to work with amazing people. My personal mentor and friend, Ellen Rudnick, and my dear, dear adopted sister, Star Marcello. So thank you both. But really, it's you. It's you that I'll miss, the students, the impact that we've had over the last 22 years growing human beings into great leaders and great entrepreneurs. So thank you for my 22 years. All right, all that mushy stuff aside, let's get to the winners. So this year, we had a fairly traditional judging panel, and despite loving all 7 of our businesses tremendously, we came up with a top 3. In 3rd place, with an investment of $25,000, please join me in congratulating Eden Financial. Congratulations. Thank you. And that's yours. Oh, okay. In 2nd place, with an award investment of $50,000, join me in congratulating Regen Cell Therapy. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Awesome. And in first place with an investment of $75,000 and the most name changes in one GNVC, join me in congratulating Yara.
Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you and congratulations to everybody. Well done, well done. You're keeping that. And that concludes today's festivities. Enjoy.